Sorry about that. Good morning, guys. All right, so we only got a few minutes till the market opens, but it's a relatively simple looking day today. We'll see yesterday we reclaimed last week's outside bar on SPY. So they went 3 down, reclaim. So now what? We want to see this set up a 3-2-2 or even go an outside week. Now, I don't think we have enough time to give us the outside week. However, above yesterday's highs would be 2 to the upside. We have some further targets at 746.90 in SPY. If we go to the Qs, we're going to see Qs went inside bar up yesterday. However, these two bars become an inside bar to this bar. So if we were looking at a 2-day chart, you would see these two bars are inside of Tuesday's range. So if they're going to break out of that, it would be 718.37. Now, directly into yesterday's highs is not the best entry, signal per se, but that would be the first break. And then we might see some slight triangle layout to get in there. Because if we're going directly in the highs, what we would like to see is go up first, stop some guys out, and then go. So we don't have to be the first ones in. However, we're closer to breaking those twos on SPY and Qs. And Dow Jones is doing the same, confirming, and then IDBM is doing the same, just confirming yesterday's reversal. Adobe CEO going to Marvel? Are we sure? That's crazy. That's a crazy move. That being said, if we look at our setups, we only got about a minute here, but we can look at the cryptos, and you will be closer to the 2-2s up in cryptos, such as CIFR, for example, and you can see it breaks right away at the open. Also, things like Mara, which are going to be 2s up. And CLSK. So we got a lot of 2s to work with today. Unlike yesterday, where if you were trading yesterday, we had a lot of 1s for about the first 4 hours of the day. It got really slow. But SPY starts the day gapping up and reclaiming yesterday's highs. So for SPY to start the day like that, either that's a 2 that's going to become a 3 again, going 3, 3 all the way back through, or we're going to change that back to green and or stay 2 above yesterday's highs. So to start off, SPY is a little bit weaker. Let's take a look. Semis are still an inside day. It does look like oil is still getting killed after what Trump was saying the other day. So energy and the whole energy sector, while the market gaps up, energies are taking the days down, XLE and XOP. So they've got to be weaker. And we don't see any SpaceX stuff yet. But SPY, so far, gap up and sell on SPY to start the day. NBIS, I did see the gap in here. Pivot machine gun. Yeah, so if it's above that daily open, then you could say that's pivot machine gun to the upside. But if it's red, potential 3 down with the SPY. So to start off the day, semis are pretty flat. They bought yesterday, but they're not confirming that so far this morning. SpaceX. See, I haven't gotten it to load yet. No data here. If you look at SpaceX, the perp US or the US dollar, SpaceX tokenized stock, we'll see it went up. So broadening formation up. Reclaims all that, so that's potential 3 to the downside. That'd be down 12% on the day, SpaceX. Now, if they were going to change that, it would look like reclaiming this stuff and getting a 60 reversal in here. So you can see they're either below 172 trying to go down to 150, or we can get the 2260 around 174 to go back to 185. So for now, SpaceX doesn't look too hot on there. SPY, if we go in SPY, still gap up, sell SPY. So if you're looking at SPX puts, yesterday's lows is technically the targets there. Hughes is inside in red. Dow Jones is still 2 up in red. And then IWM is slightly green. So small caps, they've really been leading the market recently, which is crazy to see. Normally they don't lead, so it's worth noting. But energies also go 2 down and slightly green. So although energies were weaker this morning, they firm up just a tiny bit. However, home builders, we'll see our 2 up in green following through. So for those of you guys that watch our weekend video where we tell you what's going on in the next week, Lowe's hits its weekly target up there at 4% from the weekly magnitude. And it's still 2 going 3 month. You still got 18 days on Lowe's. So all of next week and the rest of this month, you got time left. But home builders is firmer than the rest of the market. Same with financials, a little bit firmer. Materials, you can see a little bit firmer as well. And gold and silver, not quite yet, but we mentioned you guys many times on the nightly videos this week, gold and silver. You can see silver. If it reclaims that, we're going back up there, right? That's something we want to know about. If we go to gold, still has a little bit of distance to do that. This is last quarter's lows. But it would be the same thing, right? We got a lot of distance in gold as well. So worth noting, those guys still look pretty nice, maybe for next week more so. See, SpaceX isn't loading for me. Do you guys have it on... Is it supposed to be coming out yet, or is it not yet? Let's see. Constant 3 bars at the open is irritating. No, that's a good thing. We love them. 3s are good because you can know they're going to happen. Now, SPY, right? I don't know if SPY is going 3 on the day. We're so early in the day, we can't say because we don't have enough evidence to actually say to determine that. Now, what we can say, though, is if it goes back to green, this is a really good buy, too. It's both. Worst looking chart and best looking chart in 1 bar. And that's just true. 10 a.m. EST. Got it. How do you play IPOs? Yeah, we have less evidence. Maybe we can do a teaching on time frame continuity while we walk through space price action. That'd be a good thing. Because when SpaceX IPOs, the month, weekday, and 60 opens are the same level. So guess what? They're all the same open. You only have a monthly open. Same with the year and quarter. So you technically only have a yearly open for the first hour of trading. Then the second hour, the year and 60 minutes separate, but the month, week, day, and they all stay the same. So you'll see how you gain evidence, and maybe that's something we can talk about. Watch with FOMO? Nah. I wouldn't suggest trading it, but you can trade it. It's just you can only trade shares, so you can't short it. Tesla's 2 up day. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So you can see Tesla 322 yesterday. Fun to say, fun to do. Follows through today. So anytime it's above this, 399.49 today on Tesla, you've got 418.50 as a target. So you still got 4% to go. And we got further up in here as well, 425.11 as a target. So with SpaceX IPOing, maybe we're seeing some sympathy there. Energies, gap down and buy. They're reclaiming yesterday's lows. So Energies 2 is going 3-day. That's to the upside. VLO is a 3-2 down in green day. Slob would be closer to a 3125 or up SLB in the energy sector. To start off the morning, Dow Jones goes gap up, 225ers back down. IWM goes slight 2 down, stopping out the morning, guys, and then reclaiming that. So 1 penny lower, comes back in. And then SPX or SPY, you go, inside fivers, 2 up and 1. So they're still not reversing. Although they're 2 up red day, they're 2 up 1 on the fiver, which would be uptrend inside. Then Q's is inside fiver as well. Crude oil futures. Yeah, crude oil right at the bottom of the triangle right here. Goes down, reclaim all this stuff. Maybe go back up. And that's probably why they're rushing into energies right now. This morning. You can see on the second fivers of the day. So we'll see if energies want to follow through. We still got all this to go back through. Right, about 3% of the energies to go back through. With oil helping. And normally that's not a good thing for indexes. So we're going to keep an eye on that energy market. We can see the cryptos 2-2 back to the upside. Cipher or Cipher, however you want to pronounce it. Mara 3-2 to the upside. CLSK is 2-2 to the upside. So the cryptos to start off the day, they're firm. And they're setting up a lot of, you can see inside weeks in CLSK. Inside week Mara. So while the market was weak this week, crypto's not so much. Cipher would be the 3-2-2. ASTS. Yeah, well, I think this whole space mobile thing, these guys can they put their own satellites in space? Space mobile? Because their whole company is like, we're going to give you space telecommunication, right? But if they can't put the satellites in space, then why would you invest in it? Right? If we compare that to SpaceX. But we can see all the space stuff. Everyone wants an Elon Musk company just because they've seen what Tesla's done. At least that seems to be the kind of the theme right now. They don't want these guys. You can see Lunar. You had that nice 3 on the day that goes up, reclaims, puke inside up, stopping people out, and then closer to the 2-2 to keep puking. It's interesting. Rocket Lab, gap up sell, yeah. I just think it seems like everyone's selling those to try and buy the IPO, which is crazy. The fun thing about the IPO is we're going to have a fun stock to trade. Intel, we gave the buy yesterday for those guys in Intel, and it's still good. That's what we think. Inside day, boom, buy while the market's going down, and then buy more. Intel's trying to go up there. You got 8% to go on Intel. To get up to the top of that triangle. Now, it doesn't mean you'd buy it right now. Ideally, we'd stop some guys out first. Like, ideal scenario, you go dink, dink, like that. Vacuum would be people selling space stocks to buy SpaceX. Yeah, makes sense. Rocket Lab is a nice little gapper seller in this morning. But Lunar, you're about to become the 2-2 day reversal, which could cause the 2-2 monther reversal. Lunar. So we'll see if we go to SPY, SPX, or SPY, I mean. The inside fiver, like we said, 2 up, 1. Boom. Takes all these guys out. So is it still gap up sell? Yes. That inside fiver is confirming the gap up sell. My SPX puts are up $800 from yesterday high reclaim, and now I'm going to start defending them by moving stops towards price. Like we said, if it's going anywhere, yesterday's lows, but it has to stay red. So I couldn't tell you for sure. I can just tell you that's what's starting. Trump. The terms that Iran leaked out to the fake news have nothing to do with the terms we were agreed to in writing. What they said, including their weak and pathetic statement on having a deal, bears no relation to the truth. Very dishonorable people to deal with. including their weak and pathetic statement on having a okay, wait. Yeah, with them, there is no such thing as a good deal in good faith. Yeah, duh. Amazing. Also, their totally rebuffed drone attack last night against Indian ships leaving the Hormuz Strait is totally unacceptable. They better get their act together and fast. Hilarious. So what I did with the SPX is I just legged into a spread. So if it does go outside day, should make a pretty penny. If it doesn't, still made some money. Tesla 3-bar chopping at the open. Daily entry point. Yeah, that's why. So, do you see how you're buying a breakout of yesterday's highs? You can do that. I'm not saying you can't do that, but how do we want to time it? We want to time the rejection, or 2 going 3. So on Tesla, how do you want to buy it today? Let it go 3. Let them triangle they out right here, right there. Boom. Right. Get that. Once we can get either a 5-minute signal to time that, or you could use a 1er, or you can just go right off the lows. But you want to go 3, broadening formation, go up, stop everyone out, and then back through the broadening formation. Because you're either entering at the top of a broadening formation or you're going to enter in the middle or at the bottom. And we'd prefer to stop these guys out first and then go for it. But let's see. So second 15s of the day, energies, you go 3-1 across the board, XLE and XOP. Financials go inside to start. Second 15s of the day. SPY 3-2 to the downside. Puker. So like we said, pre-market, if we're buying indexes, right? We don't want to just jam us into the highs above yesterday's highs. What we prefer is stopping people out first like this. Everyone's getting stopped out. 3. At the open, right? This is a 3. Perfect. Now, if we reclaim that, we know that's a broadening formation for sure. So if we're above this, 735, it's going to 741. Perfect. That's exactly what we're looking for. Qs, same thing. 3, goes down, and then when it reclaims that, it's trying to go to the other side of it. So you can see kind of like yesterday with the news that came out. 3 on the 15, goes up, let them get stopped out, and then get it, and then boom, the news comes out, confirms that. Doesn't have to go back down, no. Because 3s get bigger. I sold a lower strike, and yeah, I did. That's exactly what I did. Because I don't know if it's going outside day, but I do know if I have a free trade and it does go outside, I can make a couple thousand. And if not, I still make like 100 something bucks. It's like, I'll take it. Fine by me. XLV. They're bringing them back in. Materials are still bringing them back in. So a little bit of indecision this morning, but they're gapping up and selling materials. They're selling staples, 15ers back down. Technology, second 15 of the day, they're still firming up. So Qs, right? These 3s getting reclaimed. Tech is firming up just a little bit. What it seems like is with this SpaceX IPO, They're selling some of the more defensive stuff. Obviously, they are selling SPY as a gap up sell to start the day. Still potentially can go down here, another 15 points lower. So that could still be true, right? But I think it's gonna be an interesting day because we're still, like, you can see they're not selling tech. So it seems like they're selling off defensive stuff like staples and Utes to start off the morning. They are buying a little energies, which makes us a little nervous just because it seems like whatever that news was wasn't true yesterday. And then you can see semis specifically are a little stronger. You got LRCX. QCOM's inside day up, firming things up here. Meta. Yep, Meta maybe tries. No, that's not how we say it. Meta 2 going 3 day for sure. Every time that's 2 up in red, that's what it's trying to do. Does it become a 3? Well, if it ran out of time, it's got 6 hours though. That's exactly what it's doing. The second it reclaimed that, they're going for it. Dow Jones, you can see still gap up and sell. So we had the 225ers, the second fiver of the day, gap up, sell Dow Jones, 222, still good. Now it's filled the gap. So if they were going to recover, maybe you get a 225er the other way, but for now, 2 up in red, potential 3 down. If we take a look at the futures this morning, you'll see they've gone into short-term 60-minute exhaustion risk by making the lower lows to this stuff. So now the question would be, do they stay down there and really get to puking to go outside day, which is, you know, way out down here, 140, or do we just reclaim that, start firming back up? For now, they're still at the lows. SPX is still a 3-2 down. Q's still 3-2 down. You can see it's reclaimed, but it's not doing anything at this point. Then IWM is a little closer to, you can see going back up, inside fivers back up in IWM. So firms that up. Tesla closer to those fivers back up after triangling they out, stopping all these guys out. $171 open for SpaceX. Are you serious? Do you want to know the truth, Critic Sizzle? See or no? You see IWM inside fivers up, so they're the firmest indexes, or index for now. Let's see. Intel is the strongest semi that we've got for now. XOP, second 15s, they're 3-2 up XOP. So XOP is reconfirming as well. Dow Jones, another low a day. SPX coming into another low of day. NBIS and Rocket Lab going into the index. Is that news? If so, NBIS got that huge PMG. Rocket Lab, they're still pretty dang red on the day, right? Closer to that 3-2 15er puker. All right, you want the truth? All right, so you see, do you see this 3 right here? See how it was $1? And then you look over here. See this 3 right here? See how this is $12? This is the same 3. This 3 started it, then it got bigger here, then it got bigger here, and then it went up, and it got really big right here. So do you see how they get bigger? It starts as $1, and then it gets to $12 wide over time. What this means is you want to trade, right? This is your 3, or broadening formation. New lows, new highs, stuck in the middle, new high, and new low, right? You want to cause that to happen. So when it gaps up and it goes red, sell. 3, that happens here at 113, and then it goes wham, gets even bigger. And then if we look here, 3, 2, this is still getting bigger because it's expanding the 3. The 3 is a broadening range, which means it broadens or gets bigger at both sides of the range. The lows get bigger and the highs. So when you look at SPY, right? 3 gets bigger on the downside, comes back in. That could still 322. Fun to say, fun to do, because this 3 gets bigger on both sides all until the end of time. And if that doesn't make sense, let me just show you. See how this is a 3 on NVIDIA or on Intel? If you go to the 1 minute, look at where that big 3 started. It started right here. Little 3 gets bigger, gets bigger, gets bigger, gets slight higher highs, comes back in, it might get bigger again on the downside, right? So 3, bigger, bigger, bigger. Do you just trail it? Yeah, that's one way to do it, yeah. The goal is create a winning trade. Create a winning position. Because if you hit the bottom of a range and you create a winning trade and it goes, you get to you can hold on it as long as you want. But you need a winning trade. You can't do that without a winner. So time the triangles with some reversals and make some winners would be the goal. You see energies still gap down by energies. XLE and XOP, they're both 3-2-15ers up, giving us the outside days. And we keep pointing up there. It's going up there. Take all these guys out. If we go to Schwab, not so much. So it's mostly your MPC, your VLO, your PSXs, your Oxys. Look at Oxy in here, gap down by, right? CVX, slight gap down by. So all these outside days and energies, that's what they're doing. Amazon whacked. Yep. Gap up. Sell them. Meta still doing it as well. Intel, more highs. So for now, 3-2-15 or Intel, full time for continuity up. Gigabid. The big old gigabid. IWM still 2 up in green. So what does this show you? They're buying small caps. There's some selling and all this other stuff, but they're buying small caps still. They're buying SMH a little bit, Intel, TSEM, gap down buying the energies. So it's an interesting tape this morning. But energies, you'll see Qs off the reclaim. Where's it going? Up there. SPY, SPX off reclaiming the 15er. Where's it going? Up there. Right? Give us a new high day. Then IWM, we told you that was the strongest index. It's almost high day. So we go to IWM. We pointed out the inside 5-hour signal right there, 291.52, bang, right back to high day. So notice we create winning positions for you. When that breaks, that creates a winning position. 2-1-2 reversal. And then you can do whatever you want. Once it hits high day, I don't know if it's going to break out or if it's just going to go profit taking. But what we'd want to see is break out and try and keep going. For now, though, Dow Jones is not really coming back. So it's reclaimed, but not really coming back. We go XOP, still to the highs. Go XLE, still at the highs. Panicked myself and sold. Yeah, that'll happen. Probably size too big. Because the way to play it was this. 3, 2, right there. That was after the news came out, after everything came out. 2, 2, 2, 2. Still good on the 60s. So we can see Qs like we said on Qs, right? If we're reclaiming that right there, it's going to the other side of the 3 because that's how price is going to work. Now at this point, it's up $3. That's like a daily move like a week ago, guys. It's like a daily move a week ago. So you can move stops towards price. You don't want to just let winners go against you. For sure. You don't want to do that. MU's on fire. Let's see. Still inside day. Fire has been extinguished. Could it go to 2 and get going? Absolutely. I'd love an outside week. SNDK is really going. LRCX, not quite yet. But maybe they go off the inside 15ers in LRCX and AMAT. ASML, maybe. It's a lot of inside day there. You see Intel, they did break up, but they are not staying up there. It literally went 30 points. Yeah, but we wanted to go, I mean, 30 points from what? The open? Yeah, I mean, 312, yeah. But it's still an inside day. We want to get this thing 2-in. All these guys. $1,200 on the fiber. Damn. So second 30s of the day, MU, 2230 to cause the 2-up day, if they're going to go. Second 30s of the day, energies. You got some inside 30s, some profit taking. Materials, 22215 are materials. Back through the broadening formation. It's going up here. 5220 materials. So 15 are here. Bang. Right there. 222. 2 up. Stop them out. Reclaim them. Send them to the highs. SPY, 322 fun to say, fun to do. Where's it going? Up there. Qs, 322 fun to say, fun to do. Where's it going? Up there. Dow Jones firms up as well. However, you got a lot more distance to change that. It's not a 322. Then IWM, where are you going? Inside up. Boom, boom, boom. Taking out all the stops. Anyone short IWM, gone. All-time highs IWM. Get, boy. And you see IWM, the inside 60s yesterday. The 1-bar rev strat, as we taught on Twitter, as well as on Tuesday and yesterday's trading with Spcx. Then 2, 2, 2, 2. Takes them all out. Get, boy. One thing I would say is these SPX calls, they're really pricing stuff in. I guess technically we have this next target, 7483, which would make it, you know, they're not too pricey, but it's got a lot of distance to do that. And I'm not sure how this SpaceX IPO is going to affect things as far as like liquidity is concerned, because if you got all this money rushing into SpaceX, money has to come from somewhere. It's like, how, I don't know how they're going to do it, but we'll see. Materials, bang, goes instantly. MU 30's up, nice. SNDK, yep. Can we get Marvell joining the party? Marvell, give us 2230's up, Marvell. And I'd be looking at next week's Marvell for the inside weaker momentum measured mover. Now it's still mother bar in here, but we got a 30 to play it. Join the Rippers in the semis. Now, if we look at Marvell, because it's inside week, it might be a little bit more slower, but next week could break out. So it's worth noting. But tech, inside 2-day pattern up in technologies, right there. That matters. Semis breaks, Intel's breaking. You got every reason to believe these things are going up. Every reason to believe they're going up. Intel still has targets 126.73. Sorry about that, guys. I was muted. But 322, fun to say, fun to do. Q's hits its target. Bang, to the penny. So if we go look in here, what did it do? Tick down, reclaim, retest, take them out to the penny, then some profit taking. And that's exactly what we said it would do. So why does that matter? Well, because the target's hit. So now you went up $6. That's what we wanted to see. Now we don't know. I have no idea. It might come all the way back through it, right? It could go slight higher high, then back to lower low again. So no idea. Q's is inside day. Now, this is a beautiful thing, though, because that was $6. Back in here, Q's moved $6. This is a $6 daily range. We just had a $6 reclaim on a 15-minute. It's like, we're making hay while the sun shines, if that's true, right? Which it is. MU, there's your 30s up, taking the day up. Now, it's got to stay up there, or else you got triangle problems like this. Here's the daily triangle MU. Uraniums. This is something we want to know about. If you've been wanting to buy uraniums, now's the time to do it. It's been a long time waiting, but look at these guys. And wow, these, we could see that across all the uraniums. And that would be with gold and silver, maybe. For now, they're not doing much today, but they did buy them yesterday. SPX, get boy. Nice 322 you got there. That was fun. That was fun to do, wasn't it? Rocket Lab, right here, the 3 reclaimed. 105.54, where's that going? Might go back up there. Making hay while the sun shines. That's what Rob would say. When things start moving and a 15-minute signal goes $6, it's like, that's what we were doing 2 weeks ago. In a day. In a day. You 15 minutes you can do it. In a day, a week ago. So each 15 is like a day. Every 15's a day. This inside 15, that's an inside day. When that breaks, boom. Market rips 1%. Right? Look at that. It's $5 in like an hour. Right? It's like a small weekly move in an hour. It's amazing. In the South, yeah. Now, what's SPX setting up, right? We got 20 minutes to the flip. It's setting up outside hammer. That matters because hammers and shooters are actionable signals that tend to cause price movement. So above that, that would be the daily 3-2, the hammer 60 3-2. Where's it going? Well, the next target's up in here, but all-time highs, right? We're going back up there. So that would be good to know about in spot. Qs, outside hammer. That was fun to say and fun to do, right? Still 6 minutes to close out, but if you bought it at the reclaim, you don't have to do anything. That's up $7. Now you're doing a bigger than a daily move in 15 minutes. That's pretty good. Intel, inside fivers up, so you got every reason to believe that's going right now. MU off the 2230, bang. Nice MU. That's another 13 bucks. Thank you. You guys doing it? Dell, yeah, that's a good one. 2-2 day right there. 2-2 day, boom. Pivot target, pivot target, pivot target, pivot target, pivot target. You're gonna take all these guys out. You could see Dell up, 10% today. Easy. But it has to stay up there. So we'll see. Now when the IPO comes out, I don't know if that's gonna change things, right? Because right now we have a lot of liquidity that's flowing into tech and semis, which makes sense. We already picked up on that yesterday. But it's got to stay that way, right? Marvell on the 30s, they're almost into target, and they are a little slower here. So because of that inside week, they're a little slower. Tesla, what a dick. Yeah, that one didn't work, right? They tried. Nope. Go trade MU. It's because, still bright red on the month. MU's about to go green on the month, so it's a little better. If we go to Slob in the energies, they did re-break the day and go red to green move. So you can see in Slob, just like we were talking about before on the fivers, right? That's a 3-1-5er. So that could have broke up, but it broke down. What did it do? It went 1 penny below low a day, and then 225er, boom, gone. So you can see that triangle. 3, 1, slightly lower by 1 penny, and all the way back up in here. That 1 penny mattered a lot, didn't it? A 3 on the day is more valuable than a 3 on a 15. Depends on volatility. Was this valuable on SPX? I think so. I just made like a couple of $1,000 on that. Like, that was pretty valuable to me. That's pretty good for me. I don't know about you guys. How's your inside fiver doing on IWM? 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Alex, I can't hold it anymore. It's making me too much money. Get me out of this thing. Still good. If we get a new lower low on Qs, I'm looking to re-enter. I mean, like we said, hammer 60s. This is 3-2-60 momentum, right? That's what we'd prefer to see. SpaceX, no idea. Isn't that funny, Sarah? AAOI, yeah, you got the RevStrat, right? You got some magnitude, 5%. Technically, right, we have these big threes. Remember that big three we told you about when this was happening here? For those of you guys that traded with us Tuesday, dropped 20% in one day. It's like, did the 3 on the daily matter? I think so. APLD, I didn't play it this morning, no. Are you saying like long term? No, I do not have my long terms anymore. I would like to get back in them though. Look at this. APLD's going back to 112. It's sitting at $44. So that inside week for next week, that could do it. Puts, then calls, swings, and 1 DTEs making hay. Nice. 11% on the account today. Nice. So look at this. SPX, what did it do? My goodness, right? It hit the target to the penny, and then it starts reversing. Jeez. Crazy how that happens. Now, Marvell, they're still up there, but we'll see. Intel, still much stronger. Full time from continuity. Gigabit. But wow, SPX. Why does everyone care about SpaceX? I mean, when it does IPO, I think it might shake some things a little bit. Now, when we're looking at Qs here, as we come to the next fiver, that could go 225er, reclaim, come back below all these guys. And that would give you another short back to the lows again, right? It's like if you thought this 3 was big, it went down and then it got bigger. And if you thought that was big, it might go up and get bigger again. So worth noting, that could be the case. Now, if it's an uptrend today, it might reclaim this, puke them out for a little bit, and then recover without making the new low. So it's worth noting, you know, if you already got it down here, you don't have to flip it if you're trying to buy this and hold it. But you just want to be very aware that you're messing with 3s. Whenever you're messing with a 3, you want to know about that. Gotta let it cook. Critic Sizzle, did you see what we were talking about though? So this, if we just go back to Qs. So what we'd say with Qs is like this, you would say, or a lot of people would think, it's like the 3 happened here and it's done. It's like, no, the 3 happened here. It got bigger down here. It's still 3. Then it got bigger at the highs, still 3. So when we draw those broadening formations, that's why we draw them. Because it's like, this is the 3, and then it gets bigger, and then it gets bigger, and this is all still a 3. So what matters is not, do I have a 3 or not? It's how big is it? And how much evidence do I have that it's coming back through it or staying up there? So like Qs, how much evidence do we have that it would be coming back through? Well, for now, the day's green. So that's good, right? We made low of day and we're firming up. For now, it's green. If the 60 was red, that would be countering the day, and it'd probably change that. If the 60 is green, it's still going. So we got about 14 minutes to find out. SpaceX thinks it'll do what Tesla did, or retail thinks it'll do what Tesla did. What did Tesla do? Oh, it IPO'd and never came back. But even in Tesla, like, just what people, you know, the hardest thing for, I think, people to grasp is like, however much you want. Because if SpaceX is going to pull a Tesla, they're going to stop people out on the way up. That'll have to happen. Like, look at Tesla. It takes, you have all these guys. Everyone in here is like, I'm buying this thing. I'm buying this thing. I'm buying this thing. Oh, this is the worst stock in the world. Get me out of this thing. All right. Bye. Oh, it's so funny. SPY did firm up a little bit. Not bad. MU off the 30. $18 at the highs. That's pretty good. Now, if we can stay above this stuff, Triangulo Expando, give us more. Your targets would be up in here on MU. 1,029, 1,036, all-time highs. We pointed out those inside 15ers LRCX, which did work, right? Rips 1% in 15 minutes. Not even. It was like 5 minutes. Then bang. But then they took profit, and then they come back. They're buying still. So LRCX on the 15ers and the 30s. Yep. Look at this. Anyone short SPY in the morning? 3, 2, 2. Fun to say, fun to do. Bang. You just made your whole day. Let's go. Like we said, it's gapping up. Do we want to buy it? Yes, we want to buy it. Do we buy it at the open? No, we let them triangle out. Triangle out. Get us in here. Boom. Take all the shorts out. And now what? If we can break out of those highs, right, that's really good. Because now the day, we've made the low of day, and the day's green. So we have all day for this thing to get up into 746.90. Right? Above yesterday's highs, 740. And hopefully, and I'm sending a text to Roberto, but hopefully it stays up there, right? I can't tell you if it's going to stay up or not. What I can tell you is, as far as evidence is concerned, we would like it to stay up there. We don't want to see it reject. Early Friday, made your hay, let the runners run, and enjoy your weekend. Yeah, that's pretty much how it's going to go. I didn't get to have coffee today, so I might take a timeout, guys, and go get coffee. Maybe I'll come back, and if SpaceX is going on, then we'll talk about that. That being said, though, for those of you guys that tuned in, we've got hundreds of people tuned in this morning. So if you are interested in winning a free month of Stat Premium, drop something in the chat and make sure. So right now we're at 21 likes. We have 144 people viewing the stream. If once we get to 100 likes, we will drop, maybe we'll do a couple of them. We'll do like 2. By the way, materials, the 22215 materials did what you wanted it to do. It's only up 0.5%, but it's going. Right? Materials give us 52.21, 1 penny above that. I'm intrigued, Alex. What are you intrigued by? You want a free month? Yeah, so we need 100 likes on the stream, and we'll give away some free months. If not, we'll come back later, and we'll see. We have over 135 people watching, so if everyone likes the stream, I think we're good to go. And then drop something in the chat. Just let us know. Did you make money today? If you made money, just let us know you made some money, and that'll put you into the giveaway. So it's twofold. And if you're in Discord and you do not have premium already, because this is only a one-time thing, drop something in the chat and I'll make sure to get you guys entered in there as well. Always appreciate the Friday. Good. SPY for now, you get some slight, barely profit taken off the morning highs, but they did reclaim them. Late start, no hay for me. The day is early. It is. And you got a lot of threes to start the day. So what these threes show you for the rest of the trading day is buyer and seller aggression. The buyers are willing to buy it up. Sellers are willing to sell it down. Buyers are willing to buy it back up again. Do they do that again, or do we break out of that? That's the question. So in about 9 minutes, that could break out and go nuts. Nuts, I tell ya. Google thesis sound. Let's see. 2-2-day Goog. Yep, like that. Reclaims all this stuff. Yep. Looks good. You got 1 day because that daily signal lasts 1 day, and then the weekly, you set up this for next week. That would last 1 week if we're above 369.69 back through all this stuff, and you have a 3 in here. So we have a 3 that get bigger, get bigger, get bigger on the downside. Then 2-2 weaker could get bigger on the upside above that. 404.35, 1 penny above that. Q's calls up 55%. Nice. Would like to join the community? Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right. Q's 225er from high day. So look at this. They sold them down 225er, 2 reversal. Now, is this just triangle day out with slight lower lows to keep going? Or is it, profit taking? They're going to start bringing them in. I'm not sure. But for now, it ticks down, doesn't really go anywhere. So if it's going to be triangle day out, it might look something similar to that. We'll have to see. Dow Jones did not take the highs out. IWM still hasn't reversed the fiver, but it could. So we'll see. Consider it. Yep. Energies, slight triangle out on the fivers. They did firm back up. So you're going to see here the 222 tenors. So they're still buying energies after stopping some guys out here. XOP, they're still buying XOP as well. Slob, not so much. So it's still more of your Oxys, your VLOs, your MPCs, that type of stuff. But look at this Oxy, right? It's still going all the way through these guys. So Oxy, MPC, still going outside day. Same with VLO. Same with PSX. Go to XOM. They're still trying to do that as well. My question is, what's the news that's going to come out in these uraniums? Because, damn, they got some big ranges. Have to like the video. Yep, we still need a couple more likes. We got 124 people watching the YouTube stream. We need 44 more. And then we're good to go. And we'll do the giveaway. I'll get some coffee and we'll come back. Q's 225 are down, right? So you can see they're in force, bringing them back in. Profit taking. Stoppy these guys out. Intel, you can see bringing that back in as well. Marvell, bringing that back in as well. So they're stopping guys out. If these buyers are serious, right, and they're still going to keep buying, what we'd like to see is, if we go in here, you can see last week's lows. This actually acted as support this morning. So we'd like to see it stay above that. If it's not, we still have these broadening formations where if we go shooter 15 in 5 minutes, that could go dink, bring them back to low a day again. So we're not out of the woods yet on these broadening formations, but I would prefer to see this rally. So definitely want to see it rally instead. What if a 3 forms on a lower time frame? At your day 2. I guess I'm confused by your thing. Like if we're looking here, let's just say hypothetically we're taking this as a daily signal. So the 3 forms at the lower time frame. Yeah, what do? Reclaim it to make money. Once it hits the highs, you can reduce, guaranteeing a win, and then you can hold it. Or if it works and we just blow through the highs, you get to hold the whole thing. That'd be the ideal scenario. But whenever you have a 3, you have to know that's a 3. You need to get outside of it. Because notice, just like yesterday, news comes out, 3. Then it gets outside of the 3 right here, above this, 57.13. When that happens, then you're good. Just like back in here, 3, and then it closes below it, gets outside of it, then you're good on the short side. So now we have 3, we want to get outside of that. Always. That's always the question. How are we getting outside of this 3? Every time that's the question. If you look at SPX and stuff, you'll see they triangled it out, so it's slightly down, but didn't go anywhere. Nowhere near taking you out down here, so good. And you'll see it reclaims this stuff, comes back in. All right. We still have 126 people in here. We only have 72 likes, so we're still missing some. I might have to weaken up the rules here, but that means we're only going to pick one winner. Trying to catch the SPY breakout with Wi-Fi? Yeah, I'd be careful breakout trading with Wi-Fi. USARs, it bottomed. Let's see. Well, you see the 3 in here? 3. If it's above 22.16, you're going back up there, 50% higher. That's something to know about. Now today, 3 goes up and then comes back in. So today is not confirming it right now. Inside 30s. Free game and we're not liking it. Come on. Space SPCL. Defiance 2x space strategy. Wow. Look at this thing. So you can see in here, SpaceX. Inside goes down 225er, 2. Boom. 41%. Shooter ticks down, countered by hammer. Breaks here. Boom. 6% instantly. This is good stuff. That's going to be fun. That's the one with SpaceX exposure. Why'd no one tell me this was this thing? I thought there was no exposure. We would have traded that. Look at this. Puke inside bar reversal. Gone. Now though, if we look at this, the question is wins everyone long? Because I wonder if we're gonna get some puker off of that, or if they're just gonna keep ripping. $16 more, hurry. Yeah, we're pretty close. Financials are taking out the morning highs. So while the market is still up there, financials are confirming. They're going to buy some XLF, which is your Goldman Sachs, your Bank of America, Citigroup, all that stuff is to the highs. Visa and MasterCard also a little bit firmer today, but not quite. Mostly your banks. If you want to buy it, just let it come down first. Ideally, yeah, triangle layout. But triangle layout is just it's an idea, right? So if we look at this fiver, this stopped these guys out. So when that kicks in, you can technically get it there, and you could say, why? Like, why would we do that? Well, if this goes inside 5 up in 2 minutes, that 5 minute would cause 3-2 hammer 60 up, which is a major time frame signal. Signals cause movement. So if this goes 3-2 60 break, that's going to help the 3-2 day breakout of the broadening formation to get out of this thing. And if that happens, it's reclaiming last week's lows, which means we're targeting last week's highs. So you can see that 5 minute would matter if it caused a 60, which would get the week going. So that all matters. So you want to use triangle layout, yes, but you also want to know why. Where was it going to cause? Because we had that 15 right in here to reclaim and go after it. And then this fiver could go breakout. Because both things happen. I'm not saying you can't play breakouts. What I'm saying is that the breakout's less likely to work versus reclaim and more likely to work. Trade SPX puts. I still have SPX calls. I'm just sitting in them right now. All right. We're still at 86 likes, man. How do we have so many viewers today and no one's willing to like the stream? We're trying to give you away free things. So right on the flip, SPX, you got the inside fiver. Qs, you got the inside fiver. Dow Jones has the inside 30. If they're going to confirm what the indexes were doing, they would break up. And then IWMs, look at this fiver IWM, still good. We mentioned this inside fiver to get in. Still good. It's up 1%. 1 5-minute signal. Isn't that good to know about? MicroStrategy and coin off the bottom. Yeah, look at MicroStrategy. Slight lower lows in here. 3-2 day. Bang. What's that creating? Creating the hammer week. Notice the triangle in MicroStrategy. Like we were teaching, it's like Citric. Yes, like we were teaching Citric earlier, right? Look at this. 3 gets bigger at the highs, gets bigger at the lows, gets bigger at the highs, gets bigger at the lows, and then it's trying to get bigger at the highs again. So it goes dink, 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 dink. It's just getting bigger. I really like coin. Coin would probably be my favorite as far as stock investment for cryptos. Plus, it's stronger than MicroStrategy, which is worth noting. Hood is also stronger. Also worth noting. So you got inside 30 Hood if we're going to see cryptos firm up right here. 92.91 Hood. For now, indexes 3-1 Qs. 3-1 SPX. So the buyer's still present, right? See that 60, how it's slightly green? It's just they're not willing to pay above morning highs. So we need something to happen where these buyers are willing to do that. So for now, SPX inside, Q's inside. Dow is inside, IWM goes 2. So you still have a little bit of 2s there. Financials are 2. Materials might go 2-2 reversal down, so the 15er didn't really give you too much. Tech did firm up. Intel firmed up with semis. AMAT firmed up. SNDK firmed up. MU, we can see after that nice ripper on the 30s, 225ers, they brought back in. So look at MU on the triangle. They went down, then up, and then they come back in here. So just want to defend that. Need another tweet changing the deal. Yeah? You're probably not wrong. You're probably not wrong. All right. Well, we're at 92 likes, so I don't know, guys. I don't know if we're going to be able to do it. Also green on lows for the week. Nice. Yeah, and lows you can see right at your weekly target. Some profit taking. Beautiful. Targets hit. Stop them out. MU into the flip has closer to shooter 30s down. Interesting. Same with SNDK, closer to shooter 30s down after rejecting the 5ers up. Now they are inside 60s across the board there, so just say, you know, it's retracement, it's not reversal, but it would be a 30-minute reversal to cause retracement. You see SPY, they're coming back in. So SPY, notice they tried to break the 5ers up, didn't work. Triangling back down to stop all these guys out now. We'd still prefer to see them break out of this stuff, but notice the second 60 is red. So the daily seller is a little bit more aggressive than the buyer, and then the 60 seller is a little more aggressive than the buyer, but we're inside. So the question would be, they bought up, and then they sold down, and then the buyers bought it back up, and then the sellers, are they willing to sell it all the way back down into new low day again? And since we're inside 60, it just makes it less likely to work. It'd be more likely to go down and then get back up and start kind of stopping people out both ways and just consolidate. So I think this is a great time for me to go get some coffee. And since we're not at 100 likes yet, we're 2 likes away. We're going to have to hold off on the giveaway. So if you want to be in the giveaway, just throw something in the chat here. But the only thing is you have to be on the stream to get it. And you have to reach out to me either through Discord or through Twitter. So those are the only 2 rules. But that being said, I'm going to get some coffee, take a little bit of a breather this morning. And what I would say is while the market's inside 60s on SPY, inside on the Qs, we'd prefer it to become a 2 up, right? But if it's a 1, you just got to be aware it's chopping them up. So we just hold off and we'll see if that becomes a 2. So I'll come back in just a little bit. Thanks for tuning in right away in the morning, guys. And we'll see you guys in probably like 30 or so minutes, give or take. And we just did 100 likes. So we will do the giveaway when we come back. So 30 minutes, we're going to come back. All you have to do to get in the giveaway, drop something in the chat. I'm going to copy the whole chat, and I'm going to have AI just pick a random person or 2, or maybe more. And I haven't stepped away yet. I was just setting up a quick little thing for the stream. But it looks like there might be some type of new... Keep an eye on that. All right, we're back. Thanks for staying tuned in, most of you guys. Caffeine FTFC. Oh man, yeah, isn't that funny? I told Fable, the new Claude AI, I was like, just build me a screen so I can throw it on my stream, and it literally came up with that just from all of our chat history. It like put all the strat stuff in there and everything, which is pretty crazy. That being said, though, like let's take a look at what happened. So, SPX 3-2. This is exactly what we said we wanted, right? We're like, we want this to go. Why? Because we're reclaiming last week's lows, right? Reclaiming a 3. We want to go back through that. The day is a 3-2 up. We want to break out of a 3 because that's going to cause it to go up there. It's 7,483. My options would go to 3,000 a piece from like $800. That'd be crazy. If we get that. Now, if we go to the 15ers, right, in the morning, we had what? 3, reclaim, buy, boom. And then it did it again, like we were telling you guys before. Since we might be in an uptrend on the day, it would make sense if we just stopped out all these guys, these tight stop guys, and then go the other way. And Trump tweet came out right where it should, right there. That's where the Trump news was supposed to come out. Why? Because we had the 3, it went down, it reclaimed the 3, boom, another 3. And then we want to get out of that. We want to break it out and stay out of the range above that. 7,437. We want to break out of that. Now, if we go to like Marvell, we gave you that 2,230 in the morning. It took a little bit, but boom, 3%. That's pretty good, right? There's some profit taking, but that's pretty good. You go to the 60s, I had the 2,260 as well in there. If we go to MU, you can see they're starting to firm back up as well. The 222. It's just like the 3. Reclaiming of this. Back to the highs they go. If we go to Qs, you'll see the 3 with the reclaim. Bang. And it never came back to your entry. Good. And then you'll see this. Goes slightly down. Reclaim and causes a 3 in here as well. So we're just riding up at the top of the range. But this looks pretty good. And we want it to stay up there. Right? If things are going to stay good, we want to stay up there. If we go to energies, they're still firm. So what it really seems like is like they bought energies in the morning. Trump keeps tweeting and Trump's like saying stuff to keep the market up, seemingly. And they're still holding the energies. So I don't know if they quite believe what he's saying, but they believe him enough to at least try and buy the indexes, right? They're believing him enough just to buy the indexes, but not to sell off the energies. We go to U.S. oil. They are selling off U.S. oil, so it seems like they're putting their money where their mouth is here, selling oil. But we just got to remember it's got to stay there, right? If we zoom out on oil, see these big daily broadening formations in here? We're right at the bottom of this triangle, or this broadening formation. So, very much, it's got to stay down there, or else it's been higher. So, we'll see. That being said, though, there's not much I want to do like buying at high day. So we're good there. For those of you guys, yeah, it did take a while, I know. But for those of you guys that are in the giveaway, you just have to make sure you type something in the chat today, literally anything in the chat today in the YouTube stream. That means you're entered, and we're going to pick that out right now. So just give me a sec here. So we're going to be picking it from Discord and from YouTube. And we'll pick 2 from each. How about that? Learning the strat. Good. All right. I'll give you guys a few minutes. I'll let you guys throw that in the chat. Another high day, SPX. Get, boy. 60 day and week have control to the upside. So now, this is worth noting. Right here. Now, anyone short, anyone that stopped out in here on the week, they got to get back in if they're above 74.40 SPX. So that should at least give us 74.83. If not, last week's highs, but we got a lot of time for that to or a lot of distance for that to happen. So probably not this week, probably next week we'll do that. But get. Tell it to go. All right. I'm going to be copying the list right now. All right. Get SPX, get. Get MU. LRCX to the highs, AMAT to the highs. So if we go to LRCX, they did triangle out the 15er. So you can see they stopped these guys out and then they went off for it, but very, very nice nonetheless. All these chippies. All right. So Gabandino, Gabadino 101, U1. And then we also have Tevin McDowell, 7238. You are a winner as well. So the way this is going to work is I would prefer, if possible, you send me a DM on Twitter. And that way I can get you set up and we can open up a conversation. If that doesn't work, we can also have you open up a help ticket on Discord and we can go from there. So if you're already in our stat Discord, then it makes it really simple. If you're not, send me a DM on Twitter or you can join the Discord. I'll drop the link in here. And for anyone watching the stream back, this link expires in 7 days. But here's the Discord invite link. If you're not in there already, you got to be in there to get added. A 2-2 is so gorgeous or generous. 2 + 2 is so generous. You won. You did win. And for, let me see. All right. You're in the Discord? All right, so I just need your Discord username. Spcx still not available for trading? No. SPCL is, though, if you're going to trade anything. So, Gabadino? I don't know how else to say it. I just need to know your Discord ID. So if you throw it in the chat, or if you tag me on Discord, just at Alex's Options. Make it simple for me. And then, you know, I haven't heard from the other winner, Tevin McDowell. If he's gone, then he's gone, and we'll have to pick a new one. Just sent you a message on Discord. That makes it a little trickier just because I have so many, but we'll check. 1 minute ago. Oh, Tevin, just reaching out. Perfect. Okay. Tax. Got it. All right. So, Tevin, welcome to the team. Tag me on Discord. Awesome. That makes it easier for me. Tag me in the free chat. That'd make it a lot easier. SPX, get. Get. We want to buy it above yesterday's highs. Let them triangle down and then get. My SPX calls are up nice. I don't know about you guys if you're able to smack those this morning. If we go to the Qs, still to the highs there as well. Get. We go to Dow Jones. Remember on the second 60 of the day, we said if the market's going to rally, Dow Jones would confirm the SPY and Qs by going inside 30s up, and it did. Right there. 511, now trading 515.30. It's pretty good. Actually, 512. Okay, so here it is. For those of you guys with the... Here it is. For those of you guys, to get access to a Strat scanner, it's going to be on a new link. I will update this on the website front, but you can check that out. The link will be in VIP announcements. SPX, get. Get. I'm actually surprised these calls are not up more, to be frank. I think they're doubled. And that just goes to show you, though, they only doubled on that. It's like, and these are ones I got not quite at low day, but I want to say, let me think. I think they were right in here. Tesla on the 30s, yep. So Tesla, like we were talking about this morning, the 3, you can see how they kind of chopped them up in here. New 3, and they reclaimed that one, which is now going up in here. If you go to the 30s, 3 on the 30s, goes down, comes back up. Go on the 60s, 3, goes down, comes back up. Beautiful. It's NG. Oh, what? Here, wait, sorry guys, I think I might have gave you the wrong one. I think I might have to set up the DNS server on my end. Sorry about that, guys. Just give me 1 sec. Gosh, it's been such a headache on our front with that scanner recently. I apologize. I know you guys want it, and I want it too. So it's annoying for all of us here. Loaded in MU again. Gonna go on a flight with the family, leaving soon. Also long MicroStrategy. Nice. And that's from Powers, one of our pretty nifty traders in the Discord. He trades a lot of size. But what Powers is seeing is, hey, look at this. They're buying semis, right? What else are they buying? They're buying tech. What else are they buying? They're buying SPY. They're buying Qs. They're doing it all above yesterday's highs, so they're doing it aggressively, right? That lasts another 4.5 hours, potentially. So as long as the day is green, technically 4.5 hours left. Could that change? It could, right? We have some threes this morning, so we're going to have to monitor those threes, but they're right here, so you can mark those out. And we want to see price stay up and out of those, right? And Qs, semis is the same thing. Headed to Italy, cool. Yeah, very cool. Hey, there we go. All right, you are added into the family. There you go. Taking you here, good. Good to go. All the banks are still at the highs as well with the tech and semis, which is pretty neat. Energies, 2215ers back up. They're still buying energies. 322 XOP back up. You can see VLO. I don't know if there's news coming out in VLO. It looks like it. MPC. MPC's also jamming to the highs still, giving you that outside day. They're not done yet. PSX still giving you the outside day. Oxy still working on it. It's inside 30s though. So all those energies we said right at the open, that gap down by, that's still true. We're going to mine the flip. New flip opens. Each 60 is like a new day, right? SPY's moving $7 every hour. That's like a whole day every hour, okay? So you need to treat each 60 like a day if you're going to do this properly. Right when that opens, what are they doing today? They're taking some profit. So that's notable. Now, is it anywhere near reversing? Nope. Nowhere near taking that out. So we'd prefer to see them slight profit taking and keep going. And one of the things we look for is we have our signals, our hammers like this. When it breaks out, which it did, and it closes up here, we want to see them stay above that. So as long as they don't come back to this level, we'd say that looks pretty good. But since it's red, they're profit taking. So you can decide to reduce your position or defend your position. And however you decide to do that, just make sure you don't lose money, right? You make winners, defend them. And the reason the flip matters is because algorithms have to be told when to buy and sell. And that's the fourth and last thing they have to be told. So they were told to buy SPY to do it aggressively and to do it on the second hour of trading on a Friday. Then on the third hour of trading, they were told reduce or exit SPY, right? And do it right then and there. That's what the algorithms are told to do. So by using the flip, that's how we can pick up on those. And if you pair that with this inside fiver, you can actually play it the other way if you want to as a short. So you can see how that fiver times those algorithms changing what they're doing. And we call that pivot machine gun, where it might stop some guys out. So that does happen. Price stops people out, just like they did this morning in here. You can see so far, profit-taking Qs, Dow, IWM, SPY, all on the flip. And that's why it's called the flip. So you can see just how beautiful that is timed by the 60 flip. Those algorithms definitely were told to change what they're doing, right? Definitely. Each 60 is a new trading day. So that's target 1 being taken out on the fivers. Now the question would be, if they're below that, target 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then you're nowhere near taking this out. A lot of traders would say that's a fair value gap. We say our targets are nowhere near being hit. So the last nearby pivot be all of these guys, and then boom, there's no targets to take out. It'd be way down here, right? Way down there. Can you explain how the strat changes when the VIX goes down? Like if we go to, so if we look at the 60s, past week or so, past 2 weeks, you can see it 2260, 2260, right? Inside up, and then it starts going inside day. It goes 60s up, 60s down, inside up, 60 down, whammo, right? 2260 up, rips them higher. And then this was also inside day, so they're going to chop them up more. But then you can see yesterday they ticked down 3, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2. So what's happening? Well, each of these hours is like a whole day. So traders will look at this and they'll be like, well, I have my one trade right here. I'm only going to trade this, which is good. But each hour opens and it's like a day. So when the VIX goes lower, you just switch over to the daily time frame, and then you're going to see it's like each one of these days is $5. So it's like $5, $5, $3, $2, $3, $5. Then we go to the hour here, $7, $6. So it's just the ranges get bigger. So the only thing that changes is volatility of the candlesticks, and all that does is change the time frames you're looking at. So when the VIX is high, you look at those 60s, 15, fivers, right? We're looking at the fiver. Why? Why are we looking at the fiver? Because each fiver is it's like a 60, right? This is $1.45 right here. And that's right on the flip. And then right here, it ticks back green. If that 60 goes back green, guess what? It's still 2, or it's still, still good. 3, 2 up, 1. So it's got to become a 2 up if they're going to keep going. But if we compare that to 60s back in here, right? This 60 was $1.50. So this fiver is $1.50. The 60 from 2 weeks ago is $1.50. So that means the 5 minutes, like your 60 chart, right? So that's the only thing that changes. And then that means every hour that opens up, you're going to have new continuity levels you get to play with. So if we just look at this, your continuity turns into the day, 60, 30, 15 minute, 5 minute, right? Because if each 60 is a new day, this shows you, what's going on. So you can see 60 day, they override in here. And then there's full time frame continuity for 10 minutes. And then it flips right here. Boom. Every time frame goes green. Still green all up in here. And then right here, inside fiver on the new flip, right there. Dink, brings them in. Then here, it's 2 down still. They did stop some guys out, but it's still 2 down. So they're still taking profit of the morning buys, which is all that is. So when the VIX gets really high, you just shrink your time frames you're using. When it gets low, you just go back to the bigger time frames, like year, quarter, month, week, day. Because intraday, you just get less. For those of you guys that are in the Discord community, by the way, I'm SPY 2 down again. So look at that. Stops these guys out. Red again, stopping more people out. It's taking out all the tight stop guys. Everyone that puts their stops against the obvious pivots here. And you might be like, Alex, why would they do that? It's like, well, it looks like swing lows. So people will put their stops there. And it's also anyone that's chasing SPY into high day here, those are the first guys to get out. So we're just taking out the first guys that we can. Just like everyone that's shorted into low a day here, they're the first ones out here. Now the question becomes, are we going to stay out of this morning 3 that we had this on the 60s? This was that broadening formation. Because either this is going to start acting as support somewhere around in here, or they're going to reclaim that and we're going to go slam, whammo, take everyone out again. Right? So you definitely are going to want to know if that starts happening. Marvell is still really sticking at the highs, so you can see it's still firmer. And I have some next weeks. I mentioned that specifically this morning on the 30s, using next week's. And we did say it would be slower more than likely just because of the inside week, but that's setting up pretty nicely. Anything critical to learn right away? Well, how fast do you want to learn it? SPY on the flip, they're still taking their profit. 15ers are still down, 5ers are still coming down. And you can see they're wiping them out. The last one's right down in here. I want to do options. Well, the first thing I would say is you have to think about it like if you were getting in a boxing ring. You've never fought anyone before, right? So if you've never fought anyone before, you don't want to go fight Floyd Mayweather, right? And you definitely don't want to go into the betting markets and bet on yourself winning the boxing match against Floyd Mayweather, right? So, what's the fastest way to learn to be a boxer? You go into the gym and you do the same punch 10,000 times, right? It's like that's the what would you call it? That's the saying, right? The same thing's true with the strat. So, don't learn everything. Just learn the 2-2 reversal. And just do that. So it's like, I'm going to use 2-2 reversal here to do this and do this. And what do I mean by that? It's like, well, when this goes 2-2 5-minute, that 5-minute 2-2 reversal does what? Causes this to kick in. Outside 15-minute broadening formation gets reclaimed by the 5-minute. So you're just going to trade 2-2 reversals to cause that to happen. Find a 3, use a 2-2 reversal to go back through it. And you just do that like 1,000 times with small size, because you don't need a lot. If you're trading at SPY's your DTE options, you can trade one option and just do that, and you can get this in here. When this goes to the flip, this is a 2-2 5-minute right here. You can get one option short, puker. Right in the morning, you had this 2-2 5er here. That was a pretty nice one. And if you size appropriately, you can just practice. Now, if you're not an intraday guy, then you can do that on a bigger time frame. But the same thing's true. Same thing's true everywhere. So it's like if you're going to trade, daily reversals, you can do daily 2-2s as well. It's like this was 2-2 day, 2-2, 2-2, 2-2, 2. And this was 2-2 day down, didn't work. 2-2 day back up, that one works. So sticking to one type of setup is, it's a really good way to practice fast. One kick 1,000 times, yeah. Bruce Lee. SPY, they're still selling it off the highs. 15 minutes of selling, timed right when those algorithms change what they're doing. Right there. That's where they change. Yeah, well, like imagine it's not even, it's like a big part of its execution, right? It's like, can you buy the reversal and hold it until it reverses? That's because what most people do is this. So they'll see a chart. We have this 3, right? If they time it properly, they get their inside bar or whatever signal. It breaks, and then they get out as it's still going up, and then they're like, oh no, right? I missed it. It's like, why'd you get out? It's like, well, it hit my target. It's like, but it didn't reverse. It was still good. And you can see the week was green, the month was green, the day was green. It was full time frame continuity. Why'd we get out? You didn't have to. So learning that when this goes 2-2 5er, it's still good until it reverses here, right on the flip. And then you can flip it short if you want. Or you can still hold that, reduce it. You can do whatever you want. But if it reverses here and it doesn't reverse, just stick around until it reverses. And then it's like you catch it from here to here. That's $5. That's a whole day's move right there. Now, that doesn't mean, right? That doesn't mean the broadening formations don't matter. But when you're in a winner, the winners tend to keep going. The losers tend to keep going. So if you get a loser and it's really going against you, it's probably going to keep doing that. If you get a winner and it's really going, it tends to keep doing that. So practicing our execution, entering on 2-2 reversals and inside bar signals, pick one. And then holding the winners, getting out of the losers ASAP, and then sizing appropriately so you can actually trade multiple times a day. And with this new Robinhood and every single other broker going to do it, PDT rule thing, where you have no PDT, you can trade one option contract all day and you can take 50 trades. You just got to make sure you're not losing all your money if you're wrong. If we go to energies, we mentioned the 2-2-15 right here. Notice, right? It's like we play the 2-2-15, it breaks, closes up, that's good. Then it goes 2 again, still good. Hold it, right? It hasn't reversed. What about XOP? 3-2-2, breaks. 2 up again, still good, hold it. At least to the target, right? And then after that, maybe it keeps going. Because we know it's trying to go outside day. So if this works and it takes this out, it might go outside day. And how would you know if it's going outside day? Well, it'd go 2, 2, 2, and it'd blow everyone out. So hold the ones that don't reverse is pretty much how you can practice that. Just like this SPY 5 2, 2, 2, wiping them out. Marvell did start coming in a little bit, so still inside weak there. And it looks like the energy market is calling Trump's bluff, right? 32230 XOP, 32230 XLE, fun to say and fun to do. OIH is breaking the inside 60s up, 312 OIH. So maybe Slob does that. Now, if we go to USO, oil market's not going up. So it's just the energies in general, but not oil specifically. Couldn't tell you why, but that's what's true. So if you look at SPY, look at this. See how we have all those pivots? These are the tight stop guys. Pivot, machine gun. Pivot, 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 pivot. Take them all out. Whammo. Now, there's no more pivots left. So everyone that was long into the morning highs stopped out. Anyone that's long from down in here or down in here, they don't have to get out because price is nowhere near hitting them. So now we have a decision to make, right? Do the buyers come back and they start going back higher, just like they did here in the morning? Or do we have a new signal that forms and they start trying to chew through this stuff to take out those morning lows? I would prefer to see this come back up because, why? We're still inside 60 minute. So this is still an inside day, right? We can think that way. So if it's still a 1, it's more likely to reverse because it's a 1 and 1s go both ways. So it goes down and then it comes back in. So you can see right after it hits our target, the last target to the penny, that's exactly where the buying starts because these shorts are taking profit and the buyers are, potentially coming back to get more. So we'll see. But you go inside 15. So SPY, there's still going to be a choppy mess in there, more than likely, but they should firm up, or at least they are firming up right now. If we go to tech, you can see tech stops out anyone long against this stuff. These guys, boom, stop those guys out. Now tech is still inside 60 as well. Semis, they're going inside bar, so it's just retracement for now. That's exactly my problem. Well, let me show you. It's going to take me a second to pull up, so just give me a minute. But I just want to show you how this works. Stay in the trend until invalidated. And once it is determined if you want to inverse or not. Yeah. Well, we call it country western. So when you're playing with broadening formations, right? If you know, it's like we know this level right here on SPY, that's a broadening formation. So if we buy it here and it breaks above that, we got what we wanted, right? Broadening formation happened. Because it went up, down, up, down, up. So if we buy it here and that works, it's like we're going up, 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 up. It reverses here. We can flip it and know maybe it goes all the way back down again because it's a broadening formation. And they do that. That's what price does. So you can go country western, buy, flip it short, and then you make it both ways. And if you're really right, it's like you make a ton here, you flip it all short, and then you 10x your gains over here. It's like you kill it. And if we look at SPY, you can see they didn't reverse. So the 30's still down, and now they're reclaiming the 3. So SPY, that's a big issue. So if we take a look in here, that inside fiver right on the flip to time it now has reclaimed all this stuff. So now the morning guys are in a little bit more trouble because we took out all the targets, but now we're reclaiming the morning broadening formation, which gives magnitude from here to here. So that is why that's causing issues now. They tried to firm it up, but it did not reverse anything. So that's not good, right? Not good. And if we look at the SPY and Qs, where are the broadening formations technically? They look like this. So 2-2 reversal on the 30s coming back through this range in the Qs, that's issues. And like we were saying before, energy markets, they're kind of calling Trump's bluff, or at least they're trying to. I'm not sure. U.S. oil is still red, so I'm not sure if this is pertaining to that or not. It looks like SpaceX just recently opened up about 4 minutes ago, which is likely where this liquidity is coming from. So, SpaceX here. And if you want to see SpaceX trading, let's see. How many hours in are we? 2.223 SpaceX. So SpaceX, let's watch these triangles. Look at this. 3. So there's the broadening formation. Notice the first thing Price did on SpaceX was go broadening formation. They exist, and this is what every chart does. 3 here goes down by 1 penny, 3 cents. Then it's ripping the other way, already up 2%. So let's see how this grows over time. And since we have no time frames, no higher time frames, the 1 minute is like your monthly chart pretty much. It's like that's all you got to work with. It's technically your yearly chart. Or technically your yearly chart started here. Every chart started here. So we only have the second 5 minute ever traded. The first 5 minute went up. The second 5 minutes red. If we look at SPX, it seems to be that's the case here. If you look at Marvell, they stopped some guys out. 3 down, but reclaim. Intel 3 down, but reclaims on the 15ers. So do the indexes firm back up or not? If we look at SPX, you can see they went down again. They're 2 down in green fiver. So it's not reversal, but that buyers, they're trying to. Could be some short covering. And this would be that shorter term broadening formation on the fiver right now. We're still inside 60. So it's still technically not a 60 reversal, although it doesn't look too good until we can get back outside of this morning broadening formation or morning range, which is against all this stuff here. 7422 on SPX. If we take a look at SpaceX, 3 goes down, comes back in. 2, 2, 3, 2, 2, fun to say, fun to do, just like we did on SPY and Qs this morning. So where's it going? 1 penny above that, right? And technically, since there is no short selling that's going on here, we don't have people's stops to run back through here. All you have is the FOMO of people who got stopped out in here and they're getting back in, which is still pretty powerful stuff, but we don't have the shorts to really play with. At least I don't think so. I could be incorrect. Let me double check. You can't short sell day one, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Yeah, so you can't short sell day one. Look at that. Boom. 1 penny above that. There's your broadening information. Dink, dink. Complete. Price discovery has done what it was supposed to do. 3, 2, 2. Fun to say and fun to do. What do I think about uranium still? I think next week, if we go 3, 2, 2, fun to say, fun to do, it's going to do just what SpaceX just did. It's going back up there. And it's probably going a lot further, because these are going to have to power the, the beast system, the AI system that's going to power and take over the world. If we look at SPY, they're currently retesting those previous outside bar highs, so they're still not getting out of that yet. Look at SpaceX blowing them out. Oh no, it's going without me. I got to get in. That's exactly what's going on above that. It's already up another 2%. 322 fun to say and fun to do. That's 5% in 3 minutes. The strat, baby. And for those of you that are seeing this in the replay, this is one of the major ways price will reverse. Outside bar goes down, goes up, vice versa. And it can do it again, so it's got to stay up there now. Because this could go whammo, 2 to 1 minute, all the way back through again and stop all these guys out. So watch this, right? Let's see. For now, it's still 2. Without sound? No, I think everyone should be good. VIX is dropping too. Let's see. What do you got on the VIXy VIX? Yep, ticks up, sets up the 2215 back down. So that would help firm things up, right? The only thing is, like, there's a lot of shares that need to be bought in SpaceX. I'm surprised it's actually it's up 12%. That's like $1 billion, right? So for now, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1. So it's no reversal yet. If it was going to reverse, it'd be below this stuff. It's currently a 1 though. If you go on the fivers, those are done. So now we got second tenors playing out. Weird. It came out 10:45. Weird. Okay. So the 15ers close out in SpaceX. This will be the first 15 ever traded. Right there. So it's either going to become a 2 or a 1 to start off. And then does it stay 2 or does it stay 1? I have a weird feeling that the reason the indexes are down is just because SpaceX is taking all the liquidity right now. His financials are down too. Materials went 30s down. All of it. All right, let's see if I can pull that up. So this is how it works. So it's staying a trend until it's invalidated, and once it's determined if you want to reverse or not. There's another thing. I forget where it was. But this is an example of how that works. So these are from the buy list, from the monthly buy list. And look at how it works, right? You have a buy, in this case 220.60 on PNC, inside bar signal 312. And then it goes 2, 1, 2, still good. So this is the still good list. These are the things still good. And you'll see there can be big drawdowns in there, but it's still good where the trend hasn't reversed. Because what you're looking for is a winner. What does a winner look like? It looks like a stock that hasn't reversed. And the strat defines that objectively, so we don't have to guess about it. If we go to SpaceX, you can see, look at 2, 2, that's a winner. 2, 2, 2, 1, 2. That was a reversal right there. Brings them down. So now it stops these guys out. These guys get stopped out. Then it comes back up. Now those guys are going to have to get back in. And that's going back up there again. 168.78 more than likely. And you'd have the 2-2-1er to make that happen. Just like the 2-2 back in here. And you'll see on the 5-minute, still an uptrend. So what is this? It's just stopping these guys out in an uptrend, technically. If you go to SPY, you can see SPY. Unable to get out of there, right? So it retests, but then whammo, the seller comes back. The 30 still red, 60 still red. So right now they're still overriding. And they're changing that day back to red. So right now it still has a target down in here. While Spcx sops up all the monies. Let's see, it goes 2 down, 1. So it did not reverse in Spcx, but it did firm up. Right there, that would be the reversal if it's above this. 164.50. And if that goes 2 and it starts coming back, this could be a 3 and really wipe them out. So if it doesn't stay above that, that's no good. It's got to stay above. And I kind of want to shrink this. Let's see. I guess we could go like this. Get up all the charts. So you can see Qs. Reclaiming that 3 gives us a nice puke. Down 5. SPY are also still reclaiming that. Go to IWM. Same dealio. And you can see those algorithmic trading right on the flip. That's still been true. 343 or 743 SPY down 5 on that. It's pretty nuts. I can clearly see the broadening formations. Yeah. Isn't that fun? Now you can see it went 2, but didn't work. 2 back into the range. So then it goes 1. Now, right on that flip, Spcx inside 30. So now, chop them up. Right? Until you can break out the high of this or the low of this, that is now an equilibrium. Or presently, inside bar. Equilibrium, technically not until that closes out, but inside 1er, 5er, 30, all of it stuck. This also means that selling we saw in indexes, right? 30-minute, first 30 of the 60 down, second 30, they start taking profit. So they're taking some profit. They're nowhere near outside bar, but they firm up slightly. SPY, Qs, IWM. The day is a doji on SPY. Doji on the Qs. And then IWM, pretty much a doji at this point as well. So indexes, these buyers are not that aggressive now, as far as we see. Could they go 3s back up? Maybe. It'd look like that first. Since we're still inside 60 SPY and Qs, it does make it, if we can get a 225er, right, some type of reversal, it does make it more likely to actually come back through. Feels like I'm watching history be made. So the way you can think about these IPOs is the same way we think about everything else. Everything confirms or negates everything. So like the first 30 of the IPO, they buy. The second 30, now they're starting to sell. That's negating, if that's red. Because right now they're selling. Previously they bought. So who's selling? I don't know, right? Whoever it is, they're willing to sell. And since there's 225er in here, now they're starting to come back in slightly, but you can see if we go to the 1ers, they go inside 1er, down, down. And this 3, just like the SPY and Qs, got reclaimed by that 1er. However, they're inside 30, so this is more likely to chop people up back and forth than it is to hit big targets. So we'll see. The trickier part when you're looking at an IPO is you have less information. That's also why they don't sell options on IPOs, because they have no idea what the stock's going to do. They can't price it. If you go to SPY, re-breaks the 2 down 30, still 2. So that 30 reversal, 2-2 on the flip, still true down here. Energies, 32230, still good. Energies 15 are still good. Now they are high of day exhaustion risk, so we're aware of that. You got these triangles in here. So you can see SPY, they're really close to taking out anyone long against this pivot, anyone long against this, anyone long against this, anyone long against this stuff, anyone that's long against this stuff. That could be issues. If they start taking all these guys out, that would complete the broadening formation. If we go to Spcx, you'll see 1, 2, 2, 2. Again, it's equal highs, so it doesn't show it, but 2. Now they are taking that out. So if we go in the second 30, they are still negating. That oneer is giving those 30 sellers control. So we go to Spcx on the 5-er. 2 up, 2 down, boom, target hit. That was right there. And now I'm not sure, right? We're still in inside 30, so they could easily reclaim that. And then stay in inside 30. Right there, it reclaimed. So we'll see. Maybe they puke, maybe they don't. I don't think the world richest man will let the IPO close red for the day. Yeah, well, what we want to think though is if you're, let's say you want to be a buyer of this IPO, you want to stop people out first. So like you want to see like, oh, they're willing to buy it up here. Okay, now let's stop all of them out. And then if they're still willing to buy it, when we take a signal and it goes bang, reversal, it should start ripping because everyone that stopped out has to get back in right there. That's when they start getting back in. So we want to triangle they out, forming this triangle, and then go for it. And this also stops you from buying into the highs here and then stopping out, and then it goes without you. Let them stop out first, then you go for it. Triangle they out and get. So if you want to play the IPO, buy right there, right? That's one way to do it. Now, as the day goes on, we'll have more information because we still need the second 60 of trading to kick in so we can have a separate daily and 60-minute group. And we're going to get, we just had that separate 30 group open up here. So we have that. And so far that seller was unable to change anything. The day is still green. Month is still green. Week is still green. Um, 50% rule. I don't use it. It's not actually a rule. It's a 50% preference. All it means is when a 2 up, so like if we go in here, all the 50% rule is trying to get people to understand is this. So like let's say we have, you know, previous day's range, right? So the first hour of trading starts, then they go up, then they come back. So this is what the 60-minute looks like. This is what the day looks like. The 50% of the day is somewhere in here. All that means is that we're trying to become a 3. So let's say we get an inside bar right here. This inside signal, 3-1 signal, if it breaks down, causes the outside day to happen. So the 50% rule has nothing to do with this. It has to do with a signal to cause a 3. So when we're looking at anything, right? There's your buy in Spcx. Nice, right? Boom, instantly up 2%. Get. SPY closer to the 225er. So they reversed at high day. Inside 5er 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1. Closer to 2, 2 up. So they would firm the SPY up there if that's the case. Does that make sense though? So like when we look at SPY this morning, if you're trying to play the 50% rule, what you would, you know, you'd be looking at this and you'd be thinking, so you'd look at this big outside bar and you'd put a 50%. You'd be like, I'm going to wait until it goes 50% back through this. It's like, no, I'm going to buy the reclaim of this to cause it to go back through the range. I don't want to wait for 50%. Now, if you're playing like a yearly chart, like the long time frame stuff, 50% rule makes more sense. Using like the monthly chart, weekly chart, big time frames makes more sense. Because all you're doing at that point is you're scanning for potential outside bars. So if you're going to use it to find potential outside bars, go for it. But if we're going to just trade what we know is true, we don't need it. SPY, there's your 225er back up. So inside down short, 2-2 to cover the short and or try and get it long again. Look at SpaceX, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1. Isn't that neat? Stop you guys out. All right, let's go the other way. See you up there. Qs, same thing as SPY with the 225er, so they firmed them up. You're going to have all these inside 60s, SPY and Qs, so they had retracement down in an uptrend, and then 225er back into the direction of the trend up. Now, since it's still an inside 60, you just got to be aware. You know, they could slow things down a lot in here. It's more likely to reverse up and down multiple times. So although this looks like it's good, firming up, right? True. You have these consolidations, and they're also pretty red consolidations. So you just want to be aware of that. So SpaceX, you can see 2-2 long, inside bar down. Either reduce or just put your stops break even and then try and get another 2-2, right? But that's 2% in 4 minutes. It's like, that's pretty neat. SPY barely does that in a day. So you can see on SPY and Q, so they did firm up, but then they go right back to 1. So inside 5er, inside 60. So it's still firm, it's just not going anywhere. If we go on SpaceX right now, you'll see it's still inside 30 as well. So what's the next 2? What will that negate creator do? The next 2 isn't coming for another 18 minutes unless those oneers can march them up here. So we have that slight reclaim here to go back up to these highs. You got to break out of this stuff again. And technically you got inside 5er SpaceX, so that would be a break out of that. SPY and Qs, so they reconfirm. So 2 up, the buyer bought in here. They came back to buy some more. SpaceX, the buyer bought in here, inside 5er up, boom, buy some more, right? Now the only thing is that's got to stay there. It's got to stay above 164.10 because if it's not above that, you're still an inside 30 and you'd be coming back through that range. So you want it to stay up there. And this is the problem when you get into these inside 30s, really tight ranges, is it might, you know, triangle, 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 and get bigger in here like this. So it's got to stay, we want it to stay up there, or else they will be triangled they out. Every trader in the world might be looking at SpaceX. Yeah, but we're the only ones who actually know what's going on. My EMA and my SMA just crossed. All right, where's your stop? Right here, 155.82. Take you out. Reversal. All right, get back in. Now I got my stock. Get. And if we're really going to send them, right, this inside 30 momentum hammer, this is what we call momentum measured move, or momentum. It looks like this. The Momo hammer slash shooter. So right here. Up, inside, up again. That'd be exactly what this is setting up. If we look at SPY, look at that. 2 going 3. What did the buyers do, guys? It's almost like the buyers bought here and then came back to buy some more. And then here's your target. Took out these guys. So now targets hit SPY short term on SPX. That's like half a day's move in less than 10 minutes. That'll make you some money, huh? And if you sell those options into that spike, you get a pretty penny for them. That's for sure. Go Intel. Boom. Intel. Remember we were talking about these 322s. If we go back here. Yep. 3, 2 down. Rocket ship. Gone. Marvell's coming back up as well. The buyer bought and came back for more. What do you think they're doing, guys? Are they buying? Oh, it's so good. Isn't it? Isn't it just so beautiful? And we say the targets are hit because those were the targets by definition. Right in here. The 2-2 reversal, you get a target the other side of this range. So you reclaim one side, you target the other side. So this 5-minute goes down, reclaims, 2-2 reversal, retarget the other side. And then if they're really going to rip, right, they'll stay above all that stuff and just go for it. Yeah, Tesla, your issue today with Tesla is it's been full time for counting you down. So the triangle or the broadening formation still does exist in here, like this. So you can see they test the lows, they test the highs, they test the lows, they come back up. But you're buying against a monthly, weekly, daily 60 seller. So how much evidence do you have that should work? It might work. Evidence-wise, we want to buy stuff taking yesterday's highs out and staying up. Like if we look at indexes, a good rule of thumb is if the indexes look like this and they're 2 up in green, you want to find the stuff that's greener than the indexes. So like we go to Marvell, that's pretty green. LRCX is pretty green. You want the ones they're really going after, because if we're going to see, SpaceX go up 50% today, just as example, right? It would have to go up 10% first, and then it would have to go that inside 30 signal would have to break, and then it would have to keep going, be up 20%. And then we might get a new signal, and then it would have to keep going, be up 30%, right? So when you're looking at Tesla, if Tesla's going to be up today, well, it would have to be above the open. We're already halfway through the day, and it's not. So maybe it works, but those buyers in there just they're not buying Tesla. So at least when we went to SPY and we had this 5-er reversal, we knew they bought it in the morning, and then they stopped them out, and they're coming back to buy it again. That was a good thing. It was beautiful continuity down. It was. It definitely was. So you can see Q's following through. So they bought it on the 5-er here. Entry, reversal. They came back to buy more. Still good. They came back to buy more. Still good. SpaceX, inside 5-er. They bought it. They came back to buy more. Still good. Where's it going? 1 penny above that. Do you see how if you time it after everyone gets stopped out, you're good to go? SpaceX is up 5%. That's pretty easy. Where's it going? Up there still. Entry, add, get more, get more, get more. Target. Yeah, people who use EMAs and SMAs, yeah. Well, they're using... I love the way Rob put it. They're using momentum calculations on something that doesn't have mass. It's like, I'm going to measure how much my mother loves me. All right, Mom, get on the fucking scale. All right, she loves me 160 pounds. It's like, does that make any sense? No? Well, then why would you do it on a chart? I'm going to measure how aggressive these buyers are. All right, how are we going to do it? Let's calculate how much they weigh. It's like, what? What? Get on the scale. We're going to see how much stock you want to buy. Get on the scale. Oh, it's so funny. And it's like, how do you know they're wrong? Just go find a stock that's not moving. Oops. I don't want the 200-day. I want the SMA and EMA. Let's see the multi-combo. Yeah. Like, look at this mess. Oh my goodness. And when they fail, it's like, why do they fail? Every single one of these bars is inside of this. So that's not going to work. That's not going to work at all. If we go to SPY, so you can see after the target's hit, they do come back in. So the triangle is restarting. And it's restarting because we are inside on the 60-minute. That's when they're going to restart. So it goes down, reversal, goes up, starts coming back in. So now it's inside bar, so it hasn't reversed. But now they're right back in the middle of the broadening formation. Now what? You can see Qs. They go down, 2-2 reversal, come back up. And then here's the new triangle, just like so. So if you go to a 1 minute, you're going to see how price takes out the lows, then it takes out the highs, then it comes right back in. Now, what I'd prefer to see is higher lows and just get them back to high day, right? Definitely would prefer that. How does the long on NQ look? So it's always based on how much evidence you have. It's like, well, Qs is inside on the 60-minute right here. So it's firming up. We already called the long out for you. It was right here. It was right there. So how does it look? Well, it's still good. 2, 2, 2, 1. And if you don't have the simple strat numbers memorized, 2 down, 2 up, 2 up, 2, 1. So it's all still good. Now, if we go to the 30s, you're setting up the 2-2-30. So it'd be 2 down, comes back in. Notice it's 1 penny lower, and then it comes back. And then 2 back up. And that would occur with slightly green day, but we have a target. We're still trying to take out this. So we can use the 30-minute group, maybe, if we can break that to cause this. But since we're still inside 60, it's chopping them up. You just got to be careful. You see Spcx, every slightly red bar is just a buy. Slightly red, buy, slightly red, buy, slightly red, buy. What's happening? All these guys who we stopped out earlier, they're still getting back in. So watch this. When it takes out 168.75, the breakout traders are going to come and give you a way to get out. So if you played with us, we saw the triangle layout. We saw the 2-2 reversal to time it. And then we saw it go all the way to the top of the triangle. If we can break above that, that would be the last target. We have nothing else to target. And technically, since there's no shorts, we don't have the help of the shorts, which it means this is only buyers involved in this market. Buyers and profit takers. So we're going to have to find out. If there was shorts in here, we probably would have taken out high day already. I wouldn't be surprised. So you can see just shy of the highs, some slight profit taking, and then we want to see these buyers willing to pay up there again. Whoa. Go like this. Coolio. Tesla, you got your 2215, so if the triangle is kicking in, it would look like that first. So you can see it goes up, goes down, 2-2 reversal right there. Spcx, takes some profit. So if we go back to that 30, we'll see they're still inside bar. So this is the problem here. They tested the lows, they tested the highs, but it's consolidating. So you got a pretty nice move if you walk your stops up in this stuff, but now lower highs to that. So the buyers were not willing to pay up. And with Spcx puking, you see indexes like firm up. So it's interesting. I still think it has to do with this liquidity just filling all these shares, all this new money. But now we're going to have to find out because we're still below these highs, still above these lows. In about 6 minutes, maybe we'd have a 1-2-2. Stop some people out. But I would still prefer to see it give us another triangle layout like this and go back up there. Just because the day is green. Buyers are more aggressive today. And you can see it's weird. SpaceX pukes, market firms up, SpaceX firms up a little bit. Is the market going to keep going? Marvell went inside 15ers up, so notice reclaiming the 3 over here. That's good. Intel, they're still up at the highs. If we go to the space stocks, Lunar, inside down, but then comes back. So setting up the RevStrat Lunar, L-U-N-R. And that would be above this, 2758. We go to SpaceX, 221ers again after triangle layout. So stop these guys out. Comes back up, 221er. And you can see the little stopping them out. So we had the much bigger triangle, which is better to trade. But then we had much tinier triangle in here. And the bigger ones are better because you have more traders involved. So the tiny triangles in here, it can still work. But we want the range where it's like, you know, like 100 points. We want the big ones. We've still got about 6 minutes till the inside 30s close out. If we look at ARCX, the space ETF, it's went 2-2-15 minute, reclaiming the morning lows, trying to go back to morning highs. So they're firm there as well with Lunar. Rocket Lab is setting up the RevStrat. So we have potential simultaneous break. And this is something really important you got to understand. So I don't think I'm going to have SpaceX on here, but we're going to load up ARCX. We're going to see if we can get the 60. I'm not sure if my data is actually turned on today or not, but we'll see. But what we can say is Rocket Lab closer to the 2-2 reversal as a RevStrat reclaiming a 3. A RevStrat is any reversal after an inside bar, such as 1, 2 down, 2 up above this, 107.17 in 4 minutes. Oops. And if we go to Lunar, same thing. So when it reclaims all these lows, yeah, it's priming that to go. And then SpaceX has to be stronger because SpaceX is inside 30, and they were buying on this 60. So if we see ARCX and we say Lunar and Rocket Lab and this stuff go RevStrat, SpaceX is already going up. It should go inside 30 and explode, right? It could be like 180. So that's something worth noting as we come to the next flip. Now, it doesn't guarantee it has to move, though. These have to break because it's only bullish. It's only bullish as a 2-bar RevStrat if the signal is in force, because you can't go from here to the target unless you're above here. So if it's not above this, it's not bullish because it can't go to the target. Therefore, we're going to have to find out on the next flip. That being said, we also have inside 60 SPY, inside 60 QQQ, inside 60 Dow Jones, 2 down in IWM. So IWM was already a little weaker, but they did reclaim. So the question then becomes, on the flip, we will have a simultaneous break. So you can see if we look at ARCX, Lunar has that RevStrat. Rocket Lab has that RevStrat. ASTS has that RevStrat. So those would be the 3 that we'd be looking for. But then if we go to the indexes, and it looks like my data is delayed here, so not going to work. But if you look at the indexes, SPY, Qs, and Dow all inside 60 in 3 minutes, that's when those algorithms will either turn on or off, depending on which direction they want to go. So we'll get Lunar, ASTS. And what this shows us, if you don't already know, is the sellers, they were willing to sell down, then equilibrium, They agreed on price, buyer and seller. Then the sellers were willing to sell down, but they were met with a stronger force in the other direction. Because the rejection of these lows it's almost always going to be stronger than the initial break. So if the initial break was 5%, the rejection of that should be likely bigger than that. Now, why would that be? That would be because if they sold aggressively, but then it's coming all the way back up, there's only two ways you can explain that. Either the guys who shorted covered, which would mean this probably wouldn't explode, wouldn't go anywhere if it breaks, or the guys who shorted were met with a buyer going the other way. So if we see ARC-X break, and we see ASTS break in Lunar, and we see Spcx go the 30s inside up, then what that would show you is simultaneous buying across the whole entire space industry, which would be institutional buyers like big hedge funds. It could be countries. It could be ETFs going in there and filling the shares in SpaceX. It could be a lot of things. But when you see the whole thing break, it's institutional for sure, because that's the only way that would happen. So this is definitely something to know about. And if we pair that with if we see an index inside break up simultaneously with that, that would be really nuts. The other thing that could happen is we might see them sell off indexes to go and buy this stuff, which is possible. So very interesting as we come into the flip in about 6 minutes. We call it the flip because the algorithms that the institutions use have to be told when to do stuff. So let's mine the flip and see what they want to do. And the key is, for this to be highly probable, we would want all of these to reverse. And if they don't, they technically are supposed to reverse. So if they don't, that could also be really bad, because it could show you whoever's buying in here, that seller is still shorting this stuff or still selling this stuff, which we're going to have to find out, right? Starts off, notice all of these open as a scenario 1. Oops. And if you don't have those numbers or you don't memorize them, here they are. So to start off, look at nothing, right? Flat. So what are they doing right now? What are they doing? Nothing, right? No buying, no selling going on. So for now, flat. ARC-X, there is a little bit initial buying. Maybe it was like a couple hundred shares, a couple thousand shares, who knows? But it breaks 2-2. So the space ETF firms up a little bit. We see none of these breaking yet, so it's just the ETF buyers. I'm new to Strat and watching your Strat training. Okay, if I trade the 5-minute and look at the monthly, weekly, daily, hour, 30-minute time frame, if the month is a green candle, Strat signal in all time frames? No, but we prefer that. The more signals you have, the more evidence you have stuff should move. But the minimum requirement to make a trade is this. And for now, things are relatively flat, so we're just going to ignore this for now. But we will come back and we'll take a look. But the minimum requirement is this. So the first thing is you need a previous range. And by previous range, we mean at least a previous bar, or it could be a previous range of multiple bars, right? Like this. So we have a previous range, and then we form a signal at the bottom of the range, or we form a signal at the top of the range, either or. If that signal is in force and we're above the breakout of that signal, then it's bullish. If it's not above it, it's not bullish. And if it's above it, the magnitude of that signal is to go completely to the other side of the range, because broadening formations like this, they exist. So the minimum requirement is that you get something like this. They buy, they get stopped out, triangle, they out, and then we get a signal going in the other direction. It's the minimum requirement for any type of trade that I would give you. So when we look at ARC, right? 3, there's your triangle. So what happened? They bought up in here, then triangle they out. Then they got stuck in the middle. Then, boom, triangle they out again. So now it gets bigger. When that goes reversal, that's the minimum requirement. That's why we're looking at it. Now we're also looking at this because obviously Spcx is, the talk of the town today. And we also have the potential to see all these other ones break. So it's noteworthy, but it's everything. Now there's the other way you can do it is you can do what we call like momentum. So let's say NBIS, for example. Similarly, 3, triangle they out, inside bar up on the 30 right there. You could do that. Same with APLD, right? 3, triangle they out, inside 30's up right there. Core weave, slightly lower lows, and that'd be going right back to the highs. But we can do that if we can trigger signals. So like if core weave breaks here on the 30, what does it do? That would be the question. It would cause the 60. And by the way, Lunar, about to break the 60 signal. Notable. Along with, core weave, NBIS, APLD, if you're going to watch those 30 signals. Arc X with the 30s up. So you can see Lunar, 30s reversal. Arc X, 30s reversal. Core weave, 30s reversal. NBIS, so a lot of your growth stuff. And then indexes for now. Previous 60 they were selling, new 60 they're buying, but notice how they're inside on SPY, inside on QQQ. So we don't want to buy things that are inside ideally. We want to go after things that are becoming a 2 on the 60 minute. And if I had the scanner today, let me see. I should be able to get into mine. I'd be able to scan it. Let me see. I don't think it's letting me in. It's okay. But you can see for now, these indexes are really flat. Arc X, although it's a 2 up 30, it's still inside 60. So for now, not too much is going on. So we can go back to this. But this is what we want, because when we pair the signal going back through a range, you have losers, these guys who are short, and then you're pairing them with the buyers in here who got stopped out. So the buyers are coming back to get back in. And all the guys who are short with their stops anywhere in this range, they're getting out. So you have everyone buying and everyone that's short also buying. And you're buying. So you buy here and you cause all of that to happen. The buyers get back in, the shorts get out. So we want to pair that to cause signals. So for example, this 60 minute right here caused what? It caused the reversal on the day right here. So that 60 minute caused the day to reverse. When did it do it? On the first hour of trading. And then let's say the second hour of trading goes inside bar. And then it breaks and it goes the other way. What did this do? This inside bar caused anyone that was long in here to get out. It caused anyone that wanted to short this stock to start shorting again right here, which caused outside bar on the day, reclaiming the top of the range. So you had the triangle like this, timed with this inside bar signal. So we like to do it that way. If we go to Spcx on the flip, the second hour of trading ever, there's some profit taking going on. Now, since it's the second hour, it's hard to differentiate. Is this profit taking or is this real selling? All we can say is whoever is buying before, right now they're not. That's what we can say. If you look at indexes, SPY, they go green back to red, still inside. Qs still inside. Arc, space exploration stuff, still inside. If we go to the other space stuff, they were willing to buy Lunar slightly above that. So maybe it's short covering. Not sure. You see NBIS, Core Weave, still no 60s up. Arc X, they're trying. So they're trying, but they're slow. Intel just did that move. Let's see. Intel, they still haven't taken it out yet. Remember at the open, we said Intel is going up there. 126.64, 1 penny above that. All day. If it's this day is green, that's happening. So That's how we knew all this was corrective activity, corrective activity, corrective activity, as long as that day was green. So we can see ARC X on the 2215 we mentioned. It is up 0.5%, so that's creating a winning position for you. The 30, it's up a little bit, so there's some buying going on here. If we go to Spcx, this would be TheStrat right here. The second that's green on the 5er, now it's trying to go outside bar. However, needs to break out. What is it going to break out of? It needs to break this, 167.80. So you'll see the slight, if you look in here, minimum requirement, right? Stopping these guys out. Whoever is long in here stopped out. These guys technically can't get short. But this breaks, those buyers come back in. So that there it is, right there. We said right above that, 164.88. Boom, instant 1% winner. Now you just tight stop it. If that's going to work, you're going to break out of 167.80. And if that happens, you're going to have the momentum measured move. And if we compare that, whoa, what happened? If we compare that as a simultaneous break in here, that'd be pretty neat. For now, ARC X, not quite. For now, Lunar's the only one taking the 60s up. So SpaceX still is getting all the, the show today. But you can see SpaceX, our signals are designed to go instantaneously from your entry. And it's also designed so that you can add to it right there. When it breaks 167.80, you could try and add to it if you want. But you'd want to make sure your stop's in profit. So don't add so much that you would drag your cost basis up. But give us a 3-2 5er SpaceX. Go. No. So you can see they're taking some profit. We want them to get above that. If we can stay above 167.80, that would get us that 30 going. And since there's no shorts in here that we can play against, that does make it a little trickier. Technically, there is some. So if you go to SpaceX USDT.P, this is the tokenized asset, which can have shorts in there because it trades slightly differently. But if you look at the tokenized asset, this gives us a better idea because we have more information here of what's going on. What's going on here? Well, they went triangle up, stopping these guys out, triangle down. Triangle back up, stopping out all the shorts. Then triangle down, stopping out all the longs. And then the IPO comes out and the buyers come back. So this is trying to go, right? That'd be 11%. So if we're correct on SpaceX, on this momentum 30, we'd be looking for about 10%. And that's from the measured move. You can see they bought it up about 12% here. If they break out and they're going to go for it again, we'd expect another, about 10%, give or take. So we'll see. 167.80, that's where it's got to be above. If you go to SPY, Qs, they're still firm. So market's not going down, which helps SpaceX just because it doesn't have that dragging it down. But still all these inside 60s, right? SpaceX, Qs, SPY, ARC X, NBIS, and CoreWeave, although they're firm, still inside 60s. Let's see. Tech still inside. Semis still inside. Healthcare's, they're rev stratting. Materials inside. Utilities, nothing. Staples are stuck. Let's see. Discretionary, still inside. Energy's inside. Financials, double inside. So you can see it's like when we look at the market, what's going on? Well, technically nothing. Technically nothing. So if you're just trading everything, I know we're kind of spectator sport here on SpaceX for most of us, but it's like there's nothing we can do now. It's like there's really nothing we can do unless SpaceX starts breaking out of that. Maybe you could do that, but can AMD fall back below 506 today? The question would be, what is true about AMD today? So AMD, we call this mother bar issues. A lot of traders will say this is like an opening range type thing, which 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2 down, and then it closes. What's still happening? This is still 1. These 2 bars are a 1. And then it goes 1 here. These 3 bars are a 1. They're stuck inside of this. So kind of doing nothing. Now, how are they going to get out of that? That would be the question. And the way they would get out of that is the broadening formation. So you get the slightly higher highs, the slightly lower lows. It's like, if we were going to see this go down, we'd actually want it to go up first. So it's like, these guys are short. We want to go triangle these guys out, stop them up here, and then triangle back down, take this out. Because that would actually get stuff moving. So you can see Spcx, they broke. They became a 2, but they didn't stay 2 to break out of that. So since this is an outside bar, a 3, and they've reclaimed it a little bit, they might stop more guys out again unless they can re-break and get back above it. So either they get back above this, or we go stop these guys out down in here and then try it again. We'll have to find out. On a short time frame basis, they're trying to get back up there right here, but still an inside 60 with the SPY. And you can see this is why we don't trade inside bars, or we try not to. Look at this. 1, 2, 3. Goes down, goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down, fails to make the new low, and then it's stuck inside again. It's like, oh my goodness. You want to lose a lot of money fast? Use stop losses in here. Goodness. No, thank you. The best trade is probably short UVXY below the inside 60 down. Because it's doing nothing. Every index in the world doing nothing. What's the China? It's like FTI? No. I have no idea. I guess we don't know. Wow, is this what the... What? Let's see. There it is, Spcx. So they're trying, and this is what we call momentum. Oops. So we call this momentum hammer fiver. What it does is it stops people out, and it potentially traps people short, but since there is no shorts, we don't have that to help us out. But this stops people out down in here. And then above that, those guys have to start getting back in. So if they're going to break that 30 and get moving, that fiver would give us more signal to do that as momentum. But still inside 60, so they're buying. It's just slow. Cool. I should make a watch list of these major world indexes to track. That'd be fun. Let's see. So SPY indexes are inside. What about... So you can see Spcx, they're trying. You can see TSX, this is Brazil. They're inside too. Or no, Canada, my bad. If we look at Brazil, you're going to see this is mother bar issues. So Brazil, they're just getting chopped to bits. Destroyed, right? Inside, goes up, comes back in. It's a 1% range, so it's more than this. The index is on the US front. Let's go Mexico, IPC. Interesting. Mexico, mother bar issues as well. So you can see it's like the world ETFs, they're all consolidating at the same time. Hey, there it is, Spcx. So you can see 1 penny above that. That was what we called for earlier on the 1 minute. And now we don't know. Since there's no short traders in here, we don't have anyone to blow out of their short positions, which normally would be what causes this to break out. So it's really just up to the aggressiveness of the buyers. Are the buyers willing to pay up or not? But you can see how this completes the triangle. They go up, they go down, triangle they out, and then right here, bang, all the way back up. So you get what you want. If you look at SPY and Qs, they're still chopping them up in here. But you'd want above 168.75 SpaceX, we can look for like 180 plus. So we'll see. And again, the reason for that is because if we go to SpaceX USDT.P, which is the tokenized ones, this is 2260 in there. And if we look at the day, there's your 3, right? Triangle day out. Oh no, stop me out of my short. Oh no, stop me out of my long. All right, now what? Let's go back up there. Now that everyone's out. So you can see from current price, we got about 10% to try and get up there if they're going to do it. And what we need to see is the breakout of all this stuff. So since this does technically have short selling, this will give us, kind of some of the help. I don't know if it's going to affect the stock price so much, but when we go back through a range like this, we're stopping shorts out, which normally helps. Energies are starting to sell them off a little. That'll help indexes if that stays true. So we can see SPY, maybe they can break out of this baby, get something going. Qs is a little bit firmer, but a lot of chopping them up. And to be frank, I might be hopping off soon if we can't get out of these things. If we look at Qs, it's inside 15 up, 212 continuation to cause 2230 up Qs. And that would cause us to take some of our daily targets out that we're looking for. These guys. So 2230 Qs, that could do that. Now it is still inside 60, so that's got to change and break out of the morning highs, but it's green to start off. SPY goes double inside 15 up as well, so they firm up a little bit with the tech, with the semis. So Intel 15ers up, still full time frame continuity, gigabid to the upside. And if you don't understand how that works, what you'll see is anytime we're above all 4 major opens, the month, weekday, and 60, that's for sure algorithmic trading going to the upside. So that was in here in Intel, triangle day out, stopping people out, and then boom, in here, stop people out, in here, stop people out, and then in here, then they're still doing that at high day. Just got to stay up. Now, if we look at the SPY, you can see this is why it's a little bit choppier today. It was fun in the morning, right? Because you got the sellers and buyers really aggressive, but the month and week are still red. So next week, the week could change back to green, and then we can override the month, which would be good. But this week, we got to change that again if it's going to be green this week. But next week, it could become a 2 up on the week, which would give you that uptrend that you need to get back to all-time highs. So just might be a little chompier as we come into the end of the day if we can't get out of that. Materials, we can see they're working on breaking the 15s up. SpaceX, you got some of the breakout kicking in. So we had that 5-minute right here, and it technically never came back. So if you had a break even stop, you're in there. Now, you can see on SpaceX how that full-time firm continuity up works there as well. Pretty neat. But we have less evidence. Notice the month, the week, the day. Technically, these are all the same thing. The only thing separate is the 60-minute. And that shows you how the second 60 opens, and that's the only evidence we get outside of technically the monthly group here. Is Q's headed for? Technically, it's not headed for anything until it's a 2. Now, it's closer to becoming a 2 on the 30, which would be headed for high day. And then if it goes 2 on the 60, it'd be headed for high day again. And then if it's a 2 on the 60 above high day, then we're headed for these targets in here. And then above that, maybe, market squeeze. We'll see. But you got Marvell 312 Chicago. Sorry. Interesting. I'm not sure why it's doing that. So I'll just turn it off. But Marvell, the 312, that's good. SPY, still nothing. They're still selling off some financials, going after a little bit of materials. So you can see Spcx above those highs breaking out, triangle they out. So there's a 3, which could be, it could just be selling, or it's just profit taking. I mean, it's not short selling. So, and this is not bad. It squeezed pretty good, 2% above those highs, but 3. Then 2 on the oneer. So what's this doing? It's reclaiming. So now it's stopping people out. And a big portion of this is we don't have the short sellers to really help us out here. If we had a ton of guys shorting this thing with stops against those highs, we probably would have hit that 180 right away. We just don't have it. So the question becomes, this 3-2-1er, can we reclaim that and go 3-2-2 and send them back up there? If you look at the SPY, you can see in this little baby internal broadening formation, they go to the top, they come back in, 3-1-2-1er, they bring them back in. So what's happening SPY and Qs? Same thing. They're just stopping guys out. So we go to the 60 on SPY, look at this, still a 1. So it's going back and forth really fast, stopping everyone out. Which looks like this. So don't get chopped up. Daily. Yeah, so if you're not going up right now, then whatever's happening today doesn't matter. Does that make sense? Like if I was like, yeah, Tevin, well, I know you want me to teach you the strat. I'll teach you the strat this month, this week, and I'll do it today. And you'd be like, when are we doing it? I'll be like, eh. You'd be like, when are you gonna teach me the strat? And I'd be like, eh. Like, are you gonna do that at midnight? You gonna do that at 6 in the morning? When are you gonna do that? And I'd be like, eh. Right? It doesn't matter. So if I'm not doing it right now, it doesn't matter. Which is why the 60 confirms or negates what the day is doing. If, like Spcx, right? You could have every reason in the world for it to go up, but if it's red on the 1 minute, technically there's no one buying, at least on a 1 minute basis. Now when it goes 3, 2, 2, boom, right back up there. There it is. They stopped buying for 2 minutes, then they came back and they bought it back. Right? For 1 minute. And that's 3-2-2. Fun to say, fun to do. Bitcoin, nice broadening information you got there. Let's see it. Yep. We already know. Let's see it. So you can see Bitcoin. This one's a big triangle. And Bitcoin, remember, if you haven't followed us for a while, or you're just tuning in recently to us, one of the things we called out in Bitcoin a couple of years ago was this. If I can, where is it? Where is it? I always lose this. Where is it? Right there. Was this. Look at this thing. So it goes all the way up here, stops all these guys out, triangle they out. Then once it starts coming back through here, where's it going? Think, right? That's pretty nice. Now, the U.S., if you didn't know, the U.S. government is planning to reprice their gold so they can buy Bitcoin, which is hilarious. But what that shows you is it goes all the way up here, triangle, they out. Then you go on a shorter term basis. You can see it goes up here, triangle, they out. So you got the short-term triangle at the bottom of the larger triangle, which is how you time it. So this allows you to time the bigger one. So that's worth knowing. Now, how would you know if it's going to reverse? Well, it'd have to reverse. So how do we know if it's reversing? You would get what we call the 2, 1, 2 inside bar reversal. So next week would have to go 2, 1, 2 in reverse. Just like back in here, 2, 1, 2, then it was going up. And then it goes 2, 2, then it was going down. And then inside, and now it's going to try and go back up again. That also tells you, look for the simultaneous break. So if they're going to buy all cryptos, right? Nice triangles you got there in XRP, huh? It's a pretty nice one. What are they going to do with that? I don't know. They might just mess around and replace the whole financial system of the planet. Inside week, right here. Solana, this is more for the folks in the back. Nice triangle you got there, Solana as well, like this. So that inside week. And if you tell someone you're buying Solana right now, they'll say, "You're crazy. What do you mean you're buying Solana? It doesn't even make any sense." It's like, yep. That's exactly why we might want to try and do that. Exactly. So next week we'll have all those cryptos to potentially go flying, right? That could definitely happen. By the way, materials did finally hit the target. I forgot to mention it. But in the morning, we gave you guys the 222 right there. And there's your target, 52.20. And it's still up there. So you're still good if you're going to hold on to that for next week. You're going to have this. 3, 3. It did it once. It did it again. 2 next week. So what we look for is if that works, it goes 3-2 month. And if that works, it's going to become a 2 on the quarter. And that tells you things like MP, potentially, triangle layout down in here, the 322. Tells you things like maybe USAR, maybe, right? Maybe, we'll see. You also have other material companies like Ball, BALL, 3, coming back through all this stuff. CRML in here. And you keep going down the list, DuPont, material company. And then you also have things like FCX, your copper, 322. And I genuinely think, right? Go to copper. Look at copper. Goes up, triangle layout. It's like, oh, I wanted to buy copper, and it just went so. It's like, now that they've gotten stopped out, we might break out of this baby, and we're going to see one of the biggest moves in copper we may have ever seen. Now, if that's going to happen, you would see it in silver as well. Got this hammer in silver on the week. And you'd see it in XAU USD. So guess what's about to happen? They're about to simultaneous break buy all the currencies, as in gold and silver and copper, all the physical currency, metals. And they might go and buy all the crypto at the same time. Why would they do that? I don't know. Why would they do that? Maybe they're going against whatever the US dollar is, right? What if they sell the dollar to go buy all that stuff? That'd be interesting. I think that's what's going to happen. So going into next week, just watch. Put those on your charts. Like, you can set up one thing like this. Just put copper, gold, silver, and then put the US dollar and put like Bitcoin, your favorite crypto, whatever you want to invest or watch, and watch those weekly charts. Put it on your desk and leave it there for a couple months. And you're going to see what happens. It's going to be wild. In my opinion. We have to see it happen, but that's what I think is going to happen. Now, if we go to SPY, look at this. SPY. So you can see triangle layout, stopping these guys out, and then hammer, boom, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, gets out of the range. So now SPY is actually going somewhere, right? That's a good thing. Qs. As long as they're up and out of this broadening formation, they're actually going somewhere. But it's got to stay up, right? We don't want it to come back in. So what did that do? It goes inside 30 up signal on the 30 SPY, which could cause the 60 up SPY. So 30 into the 60 SPY and Qs, that's good. If we go back in here, SpaceX is really the only one that's a 2. Notice inside 60, inside 60, inside 60, 2, inside 60. This is a 2. So SpaceX and maybe those indexes on the 30s. Tech and semis on the 30s. They're also inside and up. And SpaceX is doing what we wanted to see. So remember, we pointed out the momentum measured move SpaceX before it happened, knowing what price does based on the universal truths. We get the 2, 1, which is a signal, and then 2 to explode and close higher. So we go in here. SpaceX goes 2, 1, 2, explodes, closes higher. That's what it was designed to do. Now, if it doesn't come back to 167.80, that's what a winning position looks like, because it closed above where you bought it and it stays above where you bought it. That's what a winning trade looks like. And coincidentally, it creates a fair value gap. So we're actually creating that, which is pretty neat. Now, if we look in here, we had that 3-2-2-1er, which sends them up. And then we have more threes happening. So they're still trying to discern, is SpaceX worth all this money? They're going back and forth really fast. But the buyer's winning. They bought SpaceX. They came back to buy more, reconfirming. So if you're going to see a really big ripper in SpaceX, it would probably look something like that. It's just got to stay above those previous highs at 167.80. So that's pretty neat, right? Liquidity concept? What liquidity concept? So let me blow your mind real quick. And this is probably the last thing we're going to do, just because, we'll spectate a little bit more after this, but probably the last stuff we're going to discuss here. Let's blow your mind. So what makes it more likely? Or what's probability in general, right? Probability. Probability says this happens X amount of the time. Maybe 50%, 60, 70, 100%, right? That's the probability aspect. Is price a probability? Nope. So if I ask you, what's the probability SpaceX goes up to $100 today? You could say, well, it's like, it might. It's like, but what's the probability? It's like, I don't know. What's the probability it goes up $5 today? Well, that would be more probable than it going up $100 because it wouldn't have to move as much. So the way probability works with price is big moves are less probable. Small moves are more probable. And this also means things are true or false. So when we're looking at price, it's like, what's the probability this broadening formation works? It's like, well, is it going up or down? If it's going up, it's working. If it's going down, it's not working. It's either true or false. There's no probability, because it's like if you get on the freeway and you're driving 100 miles an hour down the freeway, it's like, what's the probability this guy, gets to the next state over? It's like, well, if he doesn't turn around, he's going to the next state over. It's like, it's 50 miles away. It'll take him half an hour. It's like, there's no probability. It's like either it is or it is not. So unlike traditional technical analysis that likes to say stuff like, this is likely to happen or this might happen, what we want to do is we want to understand what's true. And the truth is, it's evidence. How much evidence do you have this should happen? It's like SpaceX, how much evidence do we have it should go? It's like, well, let's see. First of all, today, above the daily open, the weekly, monthly open, the buyers are more aggressive. That's number one. Number two, we had the inside bar momentum hammer signal. That's another piece of evidence. And that's it, right? It's like the only way we get more evidence is by going to a lower time frame. And it's like, well, we had this inside bar TheStrat signal on the 5-minute. We said right here above 164.88 to cause it. And then we had this momentum hammer fiver to cause it to break up. And you'll see it did come back in against us, but it holds the 30 signal, which was evidence for 30 minutes. So signals give you evidence price should move. Just like cues. Look at the fiver. Outside hammer signal for 5 minutes. That's evidence. It's either true or it's false. And then how long those signal lasts, that's how long the evidence lasts. So it's like for 30 minutes, boom. If we go to the 60-minute, we have this 2 for 60 minutes, but it's not a signal. It's just going to the highs. So we can use signals for evidence. We can use the opens for evidence. And then the most powerful form of evidence is when the whole market does the same thing. So, like we were talking about before, if we were going to see SpaceX and all the lunar stuff like really go, we'd want to see a simultaneous break. Now, right now, they're just buying SpaceX. They're kind of ignoring the rest. So be it, right? That's just what's happening. But if this was going to be like a huge theme, right, we would have seen everything break right on that flip. We just didn't. ASTS didn't break. ARC didn't break. The only one that broke was SpaceX, so that's the only one they bought. But when the whole market does the same thing, it's not evidence, that's what's happening. or it's not probability, that's what's happening. It's the evidence of what is known to be true. So what do I mean by that? Well, let's give you an example. So we go to SPY on the week, and then we go to QQQ on the week, we go to semis on the week, and we go to tech on the week. How do you catch the biggest, most hated rally in all of the world? You watch my weekend video and you see what we said. When this was 2 down green on the week SPY, what did we pointed out on the video? We have all these levels of reclaim in here. So this is your triangle. So number 1, you have a triangle. That's the minimum requirement. We want triangle. Semis, you have triangle in here as well. Tech, here's your triangle in here as well. You go to QQQ, you have your triangle in there as well. So there's your triangle. Then, on the second week of the second quarter of the year, SPY reverses here, Qs reverses here, semis reverses here, tech reverses here. Guess what? What's the probability the market's going up? There's no probability. It's going up for sure. For how long? Well, until it reverses. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, first reversal right there, and then it recovers. 2, first reversal last week that actually stayed down. And then we go down and we start coming back. So nowhere near coming to that. So what was the evidence? We saw 1,000 stocks reverse in 1 week. That was the evidence. It wasn't, oh, this is like 50% likely to happen. It's like, no, that was for sure. So you don't have to guess. And it's really important to understand that, because once you understand that, you don't have to guess anymore. You can say, well, I'm going to be picky. I want to only trade sectors where I have everything going. And that would be just like that. And that was a weekly break that lasted 1 week in here. But if we go to the monthlies, look what the monthlies did. SPY, 2 month. Qs, 2 month. Tech, triangle they out, 2 month. Semis, 2 month. So they're all monthly reversals for 1 month. Then we go to the quarters. SPY reversal on the quarter, that lasts another 18 days. It's still going. Quarterly reversal Qs, that still has another 18 days, still going. That's a quarterly reversal tech, already, it's still going. And then semis, look at semis, it didn't even go down. So semis was a continuation, which meant it was stronger. So you go to semis, that's up 45%. SPY was a reversal, it was weaker. That's only up 6%. So semis had to be stronger because notice it wasn't going down the first quarter of the year. So it had to be stronger. Therefore, you got the best returns there. So you can know for sure, instead of asking for probabilities, you can just know for sure, which is way better. Now, for those of you guys that tuned in, let's see Tesla. Right? So it did it. And I did say, right, there wasn't that much evidence there. However, it could still happen. That was my specific words. And it might have been paraphrased there. But we saw 215 Tesla, so that was the reversal. Then it went 2, it's still going. 2, still going. 2, still going. Boom, blows them all out. Goes up, triangle they out of the shorts, puke, shorts, they all get in. Triangle they out of the longs, and then boom, reversal, all the longs get back in. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? So there was no guessing. It went reversal, continue, 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 and then blows out all the shorts. This was buyer exhaustion. They were not willing to pay up. Isn't that neat? So you don't have to guess, you can just know. Like right now, we know SPY and Qs are just chopping them to bits. Double inside bar. Oh my goodness, right? Doing not much. The ugliest chart can look like the best chart in one candle. Yep. True. Very true. Kind of like SPY. They did break the 30s up, but then 225er back in. Reclaim. Nope. And this is what we call a mother bar. Mother bar stuck. Look, it destroys. Everyone stops in here, and then it breaks out, but then it reclaims it right there. It's trying to go to the other side of that and take this out, which could theoretically, if they were going to, they could take this out too, which could take that, which could take that. Maybe. We're still inside bars, so it's hard to know. You don't really know until the consolidation breaks. Then it breaks and you're like, okay. Does it stay broken or do we reclaim and get the big move? But that's what we see right now in SPY. Q's similar, except it's much stronger. Intel, while the market's coming off the highs, Intel at the high day. Pretty neat. I'm up a couple, like $400 on Intel calls. Actually, I got them kind of late. If you had them in the morning, you're up probably a lot more than I am. But like we said, Intel give us 126.64, 1 penny above that, 126.65. If we look at energies, triangle they out, and then they went 225 or they firm back up. XOP similar. Yeah, so it's hard to say. You know, indexes, they're just really chopping them up, guys. If we go to SpaceX, you can see big 3 on the 5-er, so they really triangle they out, and you can see it goes small 3, bigger 3, goes up, boom, bigger 3 like this. Now, can you get a reversal through that? And maybe there's some news coming out. They're really jumping around. Each 1 minute is like a percent. Wild stuff in there. That means you got to have tight stops because you could have some crazy slippage if that doesn't work out. What's a valid triangle? A 3. Because this is how it works. Look at this. Price only does 3 things. So you can have, oops. And let me just get to the middle of this chart with a lot of 1s. So the first thing price will do is go 1, right? And then if it becomes a 2, now it's a 2. If that 2 starts to fail, becomes a 3. Once a 3, always a 3, can't not be. So notice that can't change once it's a 3. What does that mean? That means if we have, let's say we have a 3 like this, and then, you know, a couple of days or weeks go by, if we come back into that 3, that's still a 3, which means what? Not only is it here, right here, but technically it went from being this big to expanding all the way down here. So now it's this big. So the whole 3 looks like this actually. So once a 3 happens, it's always a 3. It always is growing. Like, and I say, like, as a joke, I say it's going to grow until Jesus comes back. Like, it's always going to get bigger. So if it goes all the way back up, this is still a 3, right? It went from this to making these highs, and then it grew down in here. So this whole thing from, you know, all-time lows here to all-time highs, that's a 3. And you'd say, what is that a 3 to? It's a 3 to literally everything on the left over here. And if it does it again, still a 3. Does it again, still a 3. So once a 3, always a 3 can't not be, which means they're going to grow and get bigger until the cows come home, you know. It doesn't matter. Which is why SpaceX, this is why this will happen. It's like, here's this tiny little 3, it goes up, 2-tier reversal, back into that. All right. Why'd it do that? Because it came back into this 3, and it came back into this 3, and it did come back into this one, but it didn't quite take out the lows of that. So it gets small, then bigger. So you can see it's like small triangle, bigger, 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 right? It'll keep doing that until it can expand it and just stay out directionally. So a 3 is triangle or is broadening formation. It always gets bigger over time. And one of the ways I've shown that is in this form. So we go to a SPY, we'll just do like a 1, we'll use a day just for example. Let it load in. You see energies, they came back to buy some more on the second fivers. Healthcares gave you the outside 60. I mentioned it very briefly, but I said healthcares was a 2 going 3 right there. There it is. 3. You see staples are doing the same thing. 1, 2, and then becoming 3. Oh, valid triangle. Okay, well, I guess we'll answer that too. NBIS did make high day on the T260 list right here. So you'll see that 30 inside bar signal in NBIS was successful, taking them all out. Spcx, obviously, that 30 is pretty successful, up 5%. Now, these 30s in here, core beef did hit its target, but that was it. And we didn't see ASTS do much, so not too much going there. SPY, hammer fiver back up. So they did reclaim that, but it was still inside 60. Goes hammer fiver. That's trying to break the 60. So the day is green in SPY. The 60 is green. Still inside 30 up, and that fiver hammer is confirming it. So they're trying to take high day still on SPY. Q's is a lot closer. Marvell, still working off the 312 Chicago to the upside. Marvell, let me see. Intel, Ripper, give us 126.65, Intel. Do it for us. But to know if a 3 is going to complete, it's this. So Intel's a good example, so we'll use that. So it's not really, your questions, it's just not the best question. Your question would be, how do I know if it's going up or down? Because if you know the triangle exists, so you can gauge where price is going, right? Like when SpaceX reverses here, we can say, well, it's trying to go back up there. The question would be, how do we know if it's going up there? So we would know, like on Intel, for example, when we are above the month, week, day, and 60 opens, at that point, we can't say it's going down. Because this month it's going up, this week it's going up, today it's going up, and right now it's going up. So if that's true, anytime that's happening, you can see prices must be going higher. Now, short term, you could say, yes, this is going down short term. And if you want to get really specific, you can add in the 30, the 15, right? And you get more specific in there. And you'll see periods of where it's profit taking. And then the buyer comes back, and there's profit taking. Buyer comes back, profit taking, right? So that's what's happening. It's legitimately, it's just profit taking. Therefore, when we get control and you'll see this. So these are all labeled. So this was continuity up, everyone was buying, and then it reversed, reclaiming, which causes everyone who is buying to get stopped out. So that's still going to happen even when you have this continuity. It can stop people out. But this is profit taking. So what can we do? We can time the triangles back up into the direction of algorithmic trading. The other thing we can do is we can time this full time frame continuity to go back through a range. So if we go on Intel, look back here. So we know this is a triangle, right? It went up, it went down, there's your triangle. So anytime we're above all these opens in here, and this is buying, this is where you want to be buying. So you'd want to be buying here, you'd want to be buying in here, and all of this, and then it will triangle out. So you might get stopped out, but then get right back in. It's going to be buying in here, right? So anytime this is full time from continuity up, you know where it's going, because it's going from here to here. So what do we look for? We look for things like uraniums, right? Look at this. So if this goes weekly reversal, we have this whole range, 34% to go back through. If we can get the month to go green from that weekly reversal, it's going to go outside bar and it's going to be up here 18% higher. So that's a pretty big range. What about back in here though? Look at this. This was the monthly signal at the bottom of the broadening formation. And that occurred above the month, week, day, and 60 opens. Anytime that was true, that's a giga bid. Like they're just taking the offer. Go. So you can see, if you can align continuity, which we can use if you're an investor, you can use bigger time frames like the year, the quarter, month, the week. So for an investor, we can use bigger time frames. Works the same way because we're just slicing this into participation groups. But if we go in here, and I'm going to remove this stuff here. And I'm not sure what's going on here. Try it in here. So this just highlights the background to show you which groups are buying or selling. But when you have this triangle, notice anytime we're above the month, the week, quarter, all those opens start changing, it's got to be going up. Because if the week is green, it's going up this week. So they're buying here, 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 here. Then slight profit taking. They're buying here, and then there's the triangle target. Yeah, so we go to Nokia. It's like, why is Nokia up so much? Well, zoom the hell out first. This is why. Notice, when this yearly reversal happened, where's it going? Top of the triangles are way up in here. So it's like you can see 3, and then it gets bigger, and then once the yearly buyer steps in, they're trying to go right back through that whole broadening range. Because if they're willing to buy Nokia up here in 07, in 2026, like, they've got to have something else going on now, right? It's like they've spent the last 20 years working and they have nothing to show for it. I doubt it, right? They probably have something going on. So when it starts coming back through here, there may not be short sellers short from 07 in here, but buyers are willing to buy this up in 07, and we're in a bull market. So why wouldn't they do it again? That's kind of how you can think about it. Intel, I'm up about $640 there. Not too shabby. The Hanta? Are you saying Hanta virus? Hanta USDT is hilarious. Oh, that's such a meme. Look at that. 2-tier reversal. Bang. Gone. So if you look at Spcx, you can see 2, 1, 2, 1, 3 reversal, and then the 3 restarts the broadening formation in here. So now look, 1, 1, 1, 5er. So now they're just chopping them up. No fun. And for those of you guys that were with us yesterday, I'm going to alert on that, but we told you guys Intel was a good one. Intel higher. It did what we did, or what we wanted it to do. Pre-market yesterday at stratalerts.ai/premium access. What we said was when this went inside day up, notice on Thursday this was going up. So if we go to Q's when it opened the day, it wasn't going up. So Q's is going sideways for like 4 hours. So Intel had to be stronger. And we saw similar things in LRCX and AMAT. So yesterday we told everyone that those were the strong ones to go after, and they're just falling through today, which is why we had it on the list this morning. So keep going. So it already hit our target, did what it was supposed to do. And we say what it was supposed to do because it made the lows, inside signal, goes the other way, made the highs. Now it might go a little higher up into here, but that's what it was supposed to do. TSEM was another one of those that we saw in the chips. It's only up, you can see it's 20 points here, but I still want to see this much higher. And you see the broadening formation, just how easy that stuff is. Triangle layout, stop them out, inside bar, bang, gone. Hood. Hood was another good one. So you can see Hood, what they did. They buy, triangle layout. They try to buy again, triangle layout. And then finally go. So what's this doing? Well, they bought this month. They came back to buy more last month. They came back to buy more this month. Now notice it's still inside quarter. So you might just be, about a month early. Next month, if that breaks, you got targets back to all-time highs because we know the triangle exists. So you can see in here. What are they doing? I always lose it. There it is. Goes up, triangle layout. This is a triangle, these two bars, even though it's not an outside bar. So when this quarter went green, they're going back through that. But you also have this inside signal for next quarter to go back to the top of the triangle. So that's something we look for. Look at Spcx chopping them up. Look at this. Triple inside, 4 bars inside. Eventually this has to break. Someone has to take the offer or hit the bid, but wow. Right, look at a 15-second. You can see exactly why this is an issue. Triangle up, triangle down, triangle up, triangle down, smaller, triangle up, smaller, triangle down, smaller, stuck, 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 triangle down, triangle back up, down, then up and down, then up, then down, then stuck again. It's like, oh my goodness. Good luck. So now Spcx, mine the new 15ers. Right here, inside 15, what could this do? It could go pivot, 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 wipe them all out. But you only have 15 minutes. So this inside fiver would cause the 15 to wipe these guys out. And this is probably the last thing we're going to discuss today. It's such a beautiful day. I'm going to try and take my girlfriend out and go golfing today if she wants to. So I'm going to be hopping off soon. And obviously you can't short it here. The only place you could short it would be Spcx USDT.P, which is things like Awanda, and there's probably some other services that provide decentralized trading platforms for tokenized assets, but you can look into that sometime yourself. Now, if we look at the new 60 SPY, same deal. These are still 1. And like we said, when it's 1, we prefer not to do much. Now, maybe there's a 30 to cause this inside bar to break right here. Or maybe it goes 30s up and causes it to break. So eventually it has to break. It has to eventually, because you can't go 1 forever. Qs, they did go 2 up. Dow goes 1-1. IWM goes 1. So what we look for is simultaneous break or simultaneous rejection of the break with the scenario 1, because rev strats can happen. So we can see they did stop some of these guys out, but it didn't stay down, so it reclaims. Potentially 1-3, which would, that'd really get stuff moving, just like that fiver did earlier. So you can see inside fiver breaks the 3, then it starts coming back in as a hammer. So that could break. And they go 1. So Spcx, I mean, they did sell it off a little bit, but they go inside. SPA, still triple inside. Eventually it's got to break something, right? And at this point, what, energies? So they did buy some, and then they sold them back off. And then they come back and they try and buy again. So the buyers in energies, you got some triangle in there, and they're still not outside day. So if we look at XLE, still not an outside day. So this shows you, right? You can time broadening formations here to cause an outside bar on a bigger time frame, which is ideally what we're looking to do. Because if you can get there with a tight stop, it's like, you know exactly where it's trying to go. Now it's only got, what, 2.5 hours, give or take, left on it. So we're coming in towards the end of the day, but all the energies, XLE, XOP, they look the same. Slightly lowers and reclaiming. What bothers me is what stocks are pinned to a price. Which ones? Are you saying like SNDK and, or MU, I mean? AMD's breaking out of the morning range, so you can see AMD like we were talking about before. If you wanted to short it, you'd want it to go up here and then go down. If you wanted to be a long, you would have bought it down in here on the bottom of the triangle, ride it back up. Or maybe you could have got this slight lower low, boom, 2-2. And then slight lower low, 2-2 again. Slight lower lows, 2-2 again. Slight lower lows, 2-2 again. Generate shapes, because you don't need shapes. The triangle is just a way of identifying, it's just a way of identifying a 2 down. So it's like, this goes 2 down below what? Below this. And then that 2 starts to reject, become a 3 up into here. And if you saw, we drew this out right to left, right around here. So the price just goes right to the top of it. But you don't have to know how to draw it. You just got to know 3s exist. If you look at SpaceX, still doesn't look too hot, inside and down. Interesting. If you go to the 60s, you can see buy, profit taking. Still no reversal. At least not on the 60. Nike, yeah. So Nike, this has been a short for about 5 years now. And you'll see we had the 3 here on the year. Up. And then right when this goes red, bam. And then inside bar, bam, bam, bam. And then there's the other side. So the 3 works on every time frame. There's your triangle up, triangle back down. Now, if it was going to firm back up, it'd be from down here. However, I don't know. Now, if we go to the month, this month, what are they doing? Nothing. Doing nothing. This week, what are they doing? Outside bar. And that was, that happened because it was inside month, doing nothing. So we go to the day. How'd that happen? Well, 3-2 on Tuesday, 1-2 up on Wednesday, or on Thursday, I mean. And then today, gap it up into last week's highs and sell it right off the top of the broadening formation. So your broadening formation looks like this because you have an outside week. So this morning, right here, inside 60 down, that's a puker to do what? Try and take this out, 45.06. And if that happens, maybe it goes all the way through again because you can see the triangle in there from that outside week. So it goes down, triangle out these guys, stopping out the shorts right here. And then the inside 60 here, the inside 60 here. These are signals trying to go the other way. If we go to on, unlike Nike, this reclaimed all these guys here. So you can see, anyone trying to buy on, they're like, my support level's around 35.84. I'm going to have my stop below. Boom, gone. Hits $31. They're all gone. Then it starts coming back in. Now, at this point, you are mother bar on the month here. The year is a downtrend, which means it could reclaim and go 3, but it's still red. So that would have to go back to green because anyone shorting this year gets to stay short. The quarter is an inside bar, so that shows you you're stuck inside of last quarter's 3 for now. It is a 2 up on the month, but it's red. And then this week, 3, it reclaimed right here. So you got these reclaims of the 3 to go to the other side. But notice in 2 hours, it's going to close. It's going to run out of time. So next week, if you're going to see this go back up, which would be preferred next week, you'd have a 3-2-2, which is fun to say and it's fun to do. That'd be above 39.74 to go to 41.41. And if that works, you would change the month to green. And maybe you set up the quarter for next quarter in 18 days. That could go 3-1-2 reversal, and you could go straight through these guys. That would be possible. See SPY, they're still just chopping them up. Oh my goodness, right? Tighter, tighter, tighter. Intel, another high a day, so you can see still full time frame continuity, still true, so it's breaking out. That's good. I like that. I get to stay long. I was long from way earlier in the morning when we, discussed that. Marvell, 3-1-2-2-2. So that's still good too. It's only up a little bit, but still working on it. Then MU mother bar problems, 1-1-2-1 stuck instead of this. Notice when we do our analysis, we go from high to low, right? Maybe the 5-minute on SPY can get this thing to break up on the 15 rev strat, but they're chopping them up, boys. Bloom Energy. Oh, this was a good one. All right. You want to see the triangle? Look at this. 3-3. There's your triangle. What does it do? Gets bigger on the downside by a few pennies. Gets bigger on the upside. Then it gets bigger on the downside. And then boom. Biggest thing you've ever seen. And then here's your new one. 3. Stuck. Gets bigger on the downside. Comes back in. Where's it going? 322.84, 1 penny above that. That's where it's going. How would you know? The inside day yesterday tells you to look for it. Right here. It's on the daily signal scan. Like that. So that inside bar breaks, setting it up for next week. 2 weaker. That's a 50-point mover. And if you're like, Alex, this is all hindsight. It's like, nope, not true. We give it to you guys all the time. BE, a very popular energy name, reclaiming a much bigger broadening range. Immediate broadening support is around $129. That's right here. isn't it? If we were to lose below that 129 level, that's when the risk is higher. This fully plays out going to the other side. However, if we reclaim that level, which level? 129, reclaim, it is likely to continue to increase. Not a bad pick. Is that a stock pick? When was that posted? March 6th. What did they do right after that? Well, they lost the level for a little bit. They dropped, they dropped pretty good. They dropped 10 points. Then it came back above that level, and then all of a sudden it's the best pick in the world right there. Crazy. They might do it again right here. So that's something you look for. In fact, it is. So you go to Spcx, they finally did reverse. We weren't paying attention, but you'll see go inside fiber, and then boom, 2. Taking out anyone that's technically short. They can't short this, but is what it is. Now, the 2-bar rev strat. So you can see what happened. The sellers tried to sell down, taking some profit, and they were met with a stronger force in the other direction. How do you know? Well, it went down below this by 3 points, and then it rallies 6 points the other way. Wow, that buyer must have been stronger than those sellers. True. So, if there are shorts in this market, it would be more fun, but above that, maybe they start buying again. And I don't know when are shorts allowed. Maybe there's shorts on like non-retail brokerages. Direct shorting is not permitted at launch. Short selling and put options are restricted the initial discovery phase. Notice, initial discovery phase. What are they talking about? They're talking about broadening formations. The initial broadening formations, that's when they restrict the shorts. Pretty interesting. To prevent rapid manipulation, although brokers may open up shorting allocations shortly after trading begins. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. Let's just say hypothetically it might take a couple days. I can't confirm or negate if that's true, but RevStratter Spcx. SpaceX. It's one of the things you look for. We mentioned those energies right off the bottom of the triangle here. Dink. Nice tight stop you got there. Right against that. Not bad. Now, where's it going? Well, way up there, potentially. XOP. We mentioned the slight triangle down. Dink. Right back into the range they go. Where are they going? Maybe an outside day, right? We only have 2 hours left, so might run out of time, but that would be fun. 2215 has 322 fun to say, fun to do, so they're trying to get back in there. Marvell almost taking the highs out to get those shorts. Inside 60s up, Marvell. Intel, Ripper. Get, boy. I got some Intel 124 0 DTEs this morning. They are up. What? I only got 4 of them. I'm up $1,000, and I got them late. I got them in here. It was somewhere right over in here, from what I can recall. I'd have to look at my fills, but not too shabby. We told you guys to buy them yesterday in the group. Is the scanner back live? The scanner back live. I just need to, I think I need to do something with the DNS. I haven't gotten the IP from our developers yet. So I know it's so frustrating. I wish we had it today. It would make today a little easier on us. But nonetheless, it should be back up very, very shortly. I literally just need confirmation from our dev that that's the thing I need to do. And I need the IP. So worth noting, guys, worth noting, Silver Hammer Week. I said it before, and I'm going to keep repeating myself because I'd have nothing to say otherwise. But gold too. Oh, these guys, these could be so fun. So fun. And then XCU, which is your copper. And then that tells you FCX, right? Your miners. XME, your miners. Look at this, XME 322, bang, right? Where's that going? 135.60, 1 penny above that. That's where it's going. Fun to say and fun to do. Isn't that a beaut? All right, guys. Well, I can maybe take one more question, but I'm kind of done sitting here. I want to even just like walk around outside, something nice. It's just so beautiful out. I want to get out there. So maybe we can take one more question or one more thing that you want to cover about the strat or something like that. And then if you did learn a lot and you want to know more about the strat, what you can do is you can check us out at stratalerts.ai/premium-access. This offer is going to be changing very soon. And, you know, some people will say it's too expensive. But I think with all the stuff you get access to, this is actually the best deal in the world. All of the business consultants I've spoken to have said we need to up our prices because it's just too cheap. So that's what we're going to do in the near future. So if you are on the edge of joining us, I would suggest doing it sooner than later. You will be grandfathered in if you get it at these current prices, but after that, we're not going to be doing that anymore. So you can check us out there. I think it's worth it. You also get access to things like educational materials, obviously the full community of hundreds of straters and more. So you can check us out there. But yeah, so we'll take this as the last question. This is a beautiful thing. So what do we look for after a 3-bar? We look for the range to get bigger. That's what we look for. So what do we mean by that? Well, what we mean is look what happens after a 3. Right? 3, if it stays out as a breakout of the 3, it gets bigger, gets bigger, gets bigger, and then it starts coming back in here. So that's one of the things it will do. It will broaden at one side of the range. In this case, the highs get bigger. The other thing you can do is you can reclaim a 3. So if we go to XME, 3, it breaks. Notice it gets bigger, and it does that very fast. So it breaks, it gets bigger by 5%. When it comes back in, we can then target the other side. So you can see the second it comes back in above that, where's it going? Up there. 1 penny above this. 125.83 right there. Boom, hits it to the penny. That's your target. So 3s give you magnitude. They also show you when you can expect something to like really start taking off. Now, there is going to be at points where 3s, like here, 3 goes down, comes back in, didn't really do much. When that happens, what that shows you is just, whatever we thought was going on here, it just didn't work. That's okay. What matters is can we find the biggest ones big ones. And when it does work, we stick around. So it's like 3 goes down, comes back in. When this goes reversal, if that's going to work, we want to stick around. So it works. And then it goes more, we hold it. And then 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 if it reverses here, you could try and short it. But if your entry is way down here, you could just keep holding. Put your stop break even. And then you get a new signal, get more, hold. And then it reverses against, that's when you're going to start getting out or reducing, whatever you're going to do. So when it works, it's going to work really big. When it doesn't, you just get out of the way. That's kind of the gist. Materials to know the system. We have a full course. Yeah, we have a full course. Premium access. It's in our VIP education. We have multiple of them, actually. The guy who invented all this stuff, or actually discovered all of this stuff, he created a course and we have it hosted there. It's not something we sell on our website, but it's something we offer to anyone that's in our group. We have the links there. So if you want to learn the whole strat and you want to, learn it as if you were sitting in like a PhD course, like to learn the strat, that's where you're going to learn it. VIP education in the premium room. And it's really worth it. He was selling it for like $1,000. So it's a pretty good deal, I would say. But that's going to be all I've got for you guys today. So thank you guys for tuning in. And I guess the last thing, we can take a look at Spcx. It is still rev stratting, so it should still explode back to highs. It's just slow. And then going into the end of the day, it looks like some profit takers intel. So that's going to be me as well, stopping out of some of that. But adios. Thanks for tuning in, guys. And again, check us out at stratalerts.ai. And we'll see you guys next week, Friday, if not. Peace.